Hello again. Workshop episode again, number 13. If I didn't mess up the counting, I think I messed up the counting at some point, either on YouTube uploads or on the events on the Discord server. But it is another balancing subclass episode. This week we'll be making some items for rogues and clerics. Last week we did the Arcane Archer and the Path of the Berserker Barbarian. One of them is being play tested and it has good results so far. So I'm pretty positive about those, that they will not need any retweaks. And I made a poll on Reddit about the weakest rogue subclass. Because I've had 2 or 3 that are tying in my mind in terms of unpopularity. Mostly unpopular, not weak, because weak needs some context, like weak in combat, weak in overall features. When I say weak, I mean actually unpopular. Whether it is for combat reasons, which is most likely the case, or the features themselves do not come into play in your average D&D campaign very often. So that poll had a winner, of course. This was the poll here. But the thief who won was one with a quite close margin to the mastermind and the inquisitive, with the mastermind and the scout, with the inquisitive and the assassin coming quite close as well, and the phantom not getting any close. The soul knife, the swashbuckler, and the arcane tricksters were not in the poll because they were never considered really bad. They were always being the most picked out of the rogue subclasses, and they have a general quite strong theme, and in other words, they're being popular. So I did not include them in the poll. Reddit was not allowing me to add more than 6 anyway. And Fathom probably wouldn't had a chance to win at that poll. So we have the thief out of the almost 400 votes. The thief was the first, with mastermind coming second. My own vote was for the mastermind, as it is the least seen subclass from my players from many games. Rogues themselves are not one of the, I would say, popular picks on classes. They do get picked by newer players, but they tend to get forgotten by more experienced players. So today we will be trying to boost Thief to reach the power levels of Arcane Tricksters and Soul Knife and Swashbuckler. Mostly Soul Knife and Arcane Trickster. Well, it's not a coincidence that that is another class from the Player's Handbook, one of the older subclasses, which proves the logic that many other people share, or well, my opinion, that many other people share, that as Wizards of the Coast is releasing more and more content, it becomes increasingly more powerful. There are few exceptions, meaning Path of the Totem Barbarian, that still dominates the popularity of Barbarian subclasses, even if it was one of the first ones released. But the majority of other subclasses from Player's Handbook tend to rank pretty low in any popularity rankings. Of course, there's also the Battle Master and the Fighter that is still top pick, or Divination Wizards that come to my mind right now. There are some pretty good, pretty successful on-spot subclasses from 2014, but the rest tend to get buried. So we have our thief today, and we want to make him almost as good, or actually as good as Arcane Trickster and possibly Soul Knife. Hello, Kevin. Welcome. Which of the rogues, Kevin, do you think is the weakest? Can you guess which one won the unpopularity poll? If you guessed, oh, you saw the poll. Okay. Well, if you had guessed Thief, yeah, the Thief has won the unpopularity poll, with the Mastermind coming second, quite close, and the Scout also as very close, 83 to 77 to 75 votes. Then Inquisitive with 65, Assassin with 58, and then Fandom never had a chance to be unpopular. So our target today will be the Thief, and we want to bring him to the power level of the Soul Knife and the Arcane Tricksters. So I'm opening those on a new tab to have them to compare. Why is it not scrolling? Okay. If I remember right, Soul Knife is from Tassus, isn't it? Rogue, yep. Okay. So let's check the Thief's features and try to see where it's falling short. The description of the class, of course, goes in the stereotypical archetype of a rogue, being sneaky, stealing, outmaneuvering opponents through dexterity, hiding, maybe some treasure hunting as well, a little bit of investigation sometimes, but mostly is the adventurer who seeks treasure or other gains through illegal, most of the time, means. After all, the subclass name is called Thief. So its first feature, fast hands. He must be typing really fast. Starting at third level, you can use the bonus action granted by your cunning action to make a dexterity sleight of hand check. Use your thieves tools to disarm a trap or open a lock, or take the use an object action. Now, this seems like it does many things, but it doesn't do pretty much anything. It assumes that you will be using this in combat. To my experience at least, traps within combat are very rare. Like, okay, you might find a pitfall, but you cannot really disarm a pitfall, or you can find some other basic trap. Usually the design from the dungeon master sides these days, when you put a trap, you want your players to take some time and invest some resources maybe to try to avoid it, dodge it, disarm it, etc., etc. Learn about it. This doesn't happen in combat. So even the DM doesn't want it to happen in combat, because in combat, time is slowed down considerably in game time, while the real time expands a lot. People are supposed to be taking turns even on talking. So it is hard to interact and interact with a trap other than the thief, of course, and do something meaningful to it during the combat without feeling that you're completely wasting your round. So putting traps in combat is a very, very rare phenomenon, especially traps that can be disarmed. So the fast hands feature here looks fancy, but does not do much. Also on locks, again, inside combat, most likely you're not caring about unlocking doors. Whatever is behind the unlocked door does not really interfere with your combat. The only scenario is if it is a combat that it's an unwinnable combat, you just need to run to escape. and you need to unlock a door to flee. Even in that case, though, at least from my side, I handle those scenarios with a skill challenge rather than a combat sequence, as this combat sequence tends to slow down again and lose this dramatic feeling of the fast-paced running scene. And then the use objects action, that again might come in handy if you're having very detailed rules about object interactions and you have a lot of objects that need to actually be interacted with inside combat other than the person's gear, which I cannot see many situations of this triggering again. So in other words, fast hands most likely does not come in play, and when it does, it is not as satisfactory as it reads. Then second story, work. I feel like expertise in thieves' tools and pickpocketing should be in here, probably at third level. Expertise in pickpocketing and thieves' tools. Yes, thieves' tools, I agree. Pickpocketing, that's not a skill, so I mean probably sleight of hand. I would say is the closest to pickpocketing expertise. Yeah, I would say that would be a better replacement than what it's giving right now. Yeah, especially if you're third level on this class and you're officially called the thief. Yeah, you should be at least good at what you're doing to be called the thief. So let's check the second one. When you choose this archetype at the third level, you gain the ability to climb faster than normal. Climbing no longer costs you extra movement. In addition, when you make a running jump, the distance you cover increases by a number of feet equal to your dexterity modifier. Okay, again, it sounds cool, but it doesn't come into play same like the fast hands. Climbing in combat is rare. Most of the time, obstacles are there. If they're placed by the DM on purpose, they're placed there to obstruct a path, not to just slow you down. If it is just to slow you down, we use difficult terrain for that, rather than obstacles that you need to climb over. Because climbing over, in the way D&D is played right now, gets the third dimension involved, and things start to get complicated with line of sight, with the diagonal distance, which should be longer, but in D&D it isn't. So the third dimension in D&D is more difficult to handle, weirder, does not feel very realistic sometimes, poses questions, so most of the times DMs avoid it. It would be nice if it was more involved and easier to implement things and you had a 3D perspective, but our 2D battle maps do not have very advanced features like that. There are some 3D software that are coming out, like the D&D Beyond's new VTT, which will have the 3D everything, but they have other bigger problems that they're coming with. So I would say the third dimension is going to be always a problem for the foreseeable future. So a feature that gives you advantage when the third dimension is included in combat is also extremely rare. Outside of combat, when you're climbing at twice the speed compared to everyone else, it doesn't really matter. Because outside of combat, usually you don't track time that precisely. Again, if it is a chase scene and someone is like at a distance, they're running at the same speed as you, and you climb faster, then okay, you lost them or you caught up to them on the climbing part. Yes, that's what I'm explaining. It is situational, and not only situational, these situations are usually avoided by the DM. Like it tries to be useful at situations that the DM will try to avoid subconsciously, even without even thinking it. So your class features work against you in a way. So two features at level 3 that they make you look like the very capable thief, story-wise, but mechanically they will not come into play, and if they do, they will not make big of a difference. Then at 9th level is the next boost. You have the advantage on dexterity stealth check if you move no more than half your speed on the same turn. Okay, so that is again situational, but better than the previous ones. Moving half your speed, assuming you're moving 30 feet at that point, moving 15 feet, and then making a stealth check with advantage, considering that you will be having a super high stealth check at this point as well. It is a guaranteed hide if you have obstacles or something that can hide you in combat. And moving half your speed, it's not a huge boost, but if I remember right, the default rules for hide allow you to move 10 feet to take the hide action at all. So that allows you to move a little bit further and take the hide action with advantage. If I remember right, you cannot move more than 2 squares, 10 feet. But let's check again, since we are on the player's handbook anyway. Let's check again the stealth rules. Actions in combat, cover. Was it not cover? Ability checks, proficiency bonus. I think. No, it's not on cover. I think it's faster if we Google it. Stealth and hiding. Okay, if I remember right, or maybe I remember 4th edition rules. Sometimes I get confused with those. Or was it to remain stealth? I think it was to remain stealth. No, that feature. So let me recap what I think is the current situation with it. You can take the hide action when you are when there is like a logical reason that allows you to. You're behind some cover. You're in obscured, heavily obscured area, etc., etc. You are invisible. You take the hide action. You make your stealth check. And that stealth check would later be compared to the passive perception or the perception checks that the enemies do. But while you're hidden, if you move more than 10 feet, either you're losing the hiding or you have to do another one, which means that you lost the hiding anyway. That's what I'm not sure if it's still the case. Let's see if it says something here. If you make a noise, if you move from heavily. No, here doesn't say anything. Let's check this one. Until you're no longer hiding. But Okay, I might remember 4th edition rules then, because I see no mention of the 10 feet movement. But really, are those rules not in the player's handbook? Oh, I'm taking the wrong tab. Yeah, they're unnecessary complicated, especially for beginners. Character details, making attacked cover, mounted combat, casting spells. Maybe they're on the environment. Vision and light. Oh, maybe here. No, these are the vision modes and the... No, there's no. Actions in combat. Maybe the hide action here. Okay. When you take the hide action, following the rules for hiding. Okay, what are the rules for hiding? Unseen attackers and target. Hmm. I'm surprised that the player's handbook doesn't tell the players anything about hiding. Okay, let's take another article. Oh, we have a summary. Okay. Basic rules, hiding. You cannot hide from creatures that can see you. Okay. Passive perception, hide. Okay. Chapter 7. What is chapter 7? Following the rules in chapter 7 for hiding. Is there a chapter 7 here? Chapter 9. Chapter 7. Maybe it's on stealth. Okay, let's check. Nope, it doesn't say anything useful. Okay. I'll go by memory then and assume that this feature allows you to move up to half your movement to have advantage on the check instead of rolling it normally and moving your full movement. Which is not bad. It's not very useful as well, but it's not bad because it is a guaranteed hide. The moment you roll with advantage as a rogue stealth check, I would say it is a super high result. It could use a little bit boosting. Then at 13th level, use magic device. You have learned enough about the workings of magic that can improvise the use of items even when they are not intended for you. You ignore all class, race, and level requirements on the use of magic items. Now, this situational again, but I would say is very good feature. That opens up options for this rogue that no other rogue can have. And depending on what magic items the DM is using for your game, this can open up so many possibilities for your rogue. Like you could use items that are for paladins or completely... You can use scrolls. You can use magic scrolls. Ignore all class, race, and level requirements on the use of magic items. You can use... I'm not sure if this is a requirement, but spell scrolls say that if they're of a level that you cannot cast, that you do not have a spell slot, you need to make a check to cast the spell scroll successfully with your arcana. Is that a requirement? Because if that's a requirement, then it means that the 13th level thief can use any level scroll without... of course, he doesn't have any spell slots, but without worrying about what level they are. Which, as you can understand, this is a pretty powerful feature. Taking items from another player, yes. You can, after 13 levels, you can customize your thief to be something completely different through magic items. Like, I'm thinking of a concept now. If I was playing a thief at 13th level, if I understand this feature right and my interpretation of spell scrolls works like that, I would be stealing every single spell scroll I could find from every single shop. And then I would have a library of spells available at every single fight. My spell casting modifier might not be very great, and some of the DCs could be low, but I could do so many things. I could have so many possibilities of influencing combat in any way I want. And I cannot even think the possibilities that comes with items, like depending on what items take place in your campaign. It could be like full of magic items, all the official ones, homebrew ones, very class specific, race specific, or high-level artifacts that are intended for 20th level characters. Then the rogue, the 13th level thief, can still use them. So I would say this is a pretty cool feature, unique and strong. It does not need any more tinkering with the 13th level. And then at 17th, when you reach 17th, you have become adept at laying ambushes and quickly escaping danger. You can take 2 turns during the first round of any combat. That's pretty good. You can take your first turn at your normal initiative and your second turn at your initiative -10. You cannot use this feature when you're surprised. That makes sense. If you're surprised, you don't get extra turns. That's a pretty unique and cool feature as well. Can be powerful, taking 2 turns on a combat. You can effectively, with sneak attack, you can deal some massive damage on a single enemy, possibly taking out someone before they have a chance to do anything. So the weakness that we see is at the starting levels, which also is where the most of the adventures go through. From 3rd level to, I would say, 8th, Okay, a ninth as well. Definitely up to 12, I would say. From third to 12, the features of the thief are not very useful in your game. They sound very cool, but they're highly situational and on situations that the DM subconsciously might avoid. Let's check in comparison now the Soul Knife. Forgery kit and disguise kits. That is a good idea, but I see that it is lacking heavily some combat benefits. We could definitely add some out of combat benefits like forgery kits and disguise kits and stuff like that and proficiencies. But I think it definitely needs something to help in combat. Let's check the Soul Knife to have the comparison in power levels. The Soul Knife also has a quote from Tassa. The thief didn't get a quote from anyone. I also have the ability to manifest my thoughts in ways that cut people. I call this power words. Interesting. Tassa is very funny. So, most assassins strike with physical weapons, and many burglars and spies use thieves' tools to infiltrate a secure location. In contrast, the Soul Knife strikes and infiltrates with the mind, cutting through barriers both physical and psychic. These rogues discover psionic power within themselves and channel it to do their roguish work. It sounds already, just reading the description, it sounds like an improved thief, like a thief with superpowers. They find easy employment as members of Thieves Guild. There you go. Though they are often mistrusted by rogues who are leery or of anyone using strange mind powers to conduct their business. Most governments would also be happy to employ a Soul Knife as a spy, okay? Amid the trees of ancient forests of the material plane in the Feywild, some wood elves walk the path of the Soul Knife, serving as silent, lethal guardians of the woods. Why would the woods have assassins? I mean, not assassins, spies and thieves. What do you steal from the forest? Or what does the forest want to steal from you? In the endless war among the Gith, a Gith Zerai is encouraged to become a Soul Knife when stealth is required against the Githyanki foe. Okay? Haunted. Your abilities have haunted you since you were a child. Okay, psionic power, third level feature. Let's see what they get. It's already a big paragraph here. You harbor a wellspring of psionic energy within yourself. This energy is represented by your psionic energy dice, which are each a d6. You have a number of these dice equal to twice your proficiency bonus. So we're talking about the third level, you have 2 proficiencies of 4, and they fuel various psionic powers you have, which are detailed below. Some of your powers expend the psionic energy die they use as specified in the power description, and you cannot use a power if it requires you to use a die when your dice are all expended, okay? You regain all your expended psionic energy dice when you think a long rest. In addition, as a bonus action, you can regain 1 expended psionic energy die, but you cannot do so again until you finish a short or a long rest. Maybe they could pick a magic item they stole. What do you mean? They could pick a magic item they stole? Oh, you mean that they can use a magic item that they stole? Whenever I see an idea, it has become natural as a DM. The first thought is possible abuses. And when I wrote this, the first thing that came to mind is a player pretending to have their, I don't know, paladin exclusive item to be stolen by the thief in the group. And then now the item is stolen, and now the thief can use a paladin exclusive item at level 3. So, like, if the group finds something that they're just safekeeping, it is beyond their levels or understanding or class, and they just moving it to somewhere or saving it, then there can be an arrangement between the players, and the thief will try to steal it from the other guy, and it would enable the thief to use it. Something that they can normally use. If they can normally use it, then why? What is the feature doing? Maybe I misunderstood what you meant. So what does the feature actually gives them? Oh, okay. I know the subclasses could be terrible ones. Okay. I know the subclass is called Thief. But I'm trying not to base all their features on stealing, because this can derail or force a group's actions. Like if you have a thief in your group and all their abilities are related to stealing things, even if your group doesn't really want to steal things, it's kind of forced to, because one class is actually useless if they don't. So I don't want to make the thief's features work only when they're stealing. Okay, let's continue a little bit with the psionic powers here to see what is the power difference. When your non-psionic training fails you, your psionic power can help. If you fail an ability check using a skill or a tool which you have proficiency, you can roll a psionic dice, so you have like some kind bardic inspiration on your own and add the rolled number to the check. Okay? You expend the die only if the roll succeeds. So there is a good failsafe that does not expend your resources there. Psychic whispers. You can establish telepathic communication between yourself and others. Perfect for quiet infiltration. As an action, choose one or more creatures you can see, and you can talk to them, I would assume. Roll a psionic die for a number of hours equals to the number rolled. 1 mile. Okay, so the two features that they get here, they're not combat features. They're almost a skill boost and telepathic communication. But we have one more at 3rd level, the Psychic Blades, which is most likely a combat feature. You can manifest your psionic power as simmering blades of psychic energy. Whenever you take the attack action, you can manifest a psychic blade from your free hand and make the attack with that blade. That magic blade is a simple melee weapon with a finesse and thrown properties. It has normal range of 60 feet and no long range, and on a hit it deals psychic damage equal to 1d6 plus the ability modifier you used for the attack roll. The blade vanishes immediately after it hits or misses the target, and it leaves no mark on its target if it deals damage. After you attack with the blade, you can make a melee or ranged weapon attack with a second psychic blade as a bonus action on the same turn, provided your other hand is free to create it. The damage die of this bonus is 1d4 instead of 1d6. So the psychic blades allows you to be a rogue without having weapons, pretty much. Like normally you would do your attack with a sword, maybe a finesse or a scimitar, and then something like a dagger on the second hand. So it imitates those dice rolls, but leaves your hands free after that. Which doesn't sound very powerful, but it has a lot of potential in roleplay and combat situation, meaning that you're not carrying weapons. You can be infiltrating, entering like an important place where everyone else needs to leave their weapons out, and you need no weapons. You can manifest weapons immediately You don't need a spellcasting focus for that. You don't need components. You don't need anything. Weapons just pop in your hands. I don't know if the others can see them. Does it mention anything? It does not mention anything about if the others see them, but I would assume they do. Well, this says the blade vanishes immediately, so I would assume it is visible for others as well. But it leaves your hands free both before and after the attack. So not 100% combat feature, but it definitely will be used for combat. It does not add anything extra to your combat other than being very deceptive of when you're intending with going in with fighting intentions and when not. So it is a perfect feature for a spy. Like if you want to play a spies themed rogue, that is a top feature, like top. Being able to conceal perfectly weapons. They do not get any improvement. Hello, Leo. The only disadvantage of the psychic blade is that you cannot do opportunity attack. True. I didn't think of that. It says that whenever you do take the attack action, so on opportunity attacks, they cannot. Indeed. That's a good observation. But I would say, yes, the trade-off is still okay. Like, okay, it's okay to lose your opportunity attack if you can be a top-tier infiltrator and spy. Like, you can go to any place, to a dancing event, and be the only one there that actually has weapons. Like, you could... it has immense potential on role play towards combat situation, not on a purely combat situation or on a purely role play. But when you know that something is fishy and you need to role play your way in and then fight, this is a top tier feature. Yes, and the blade is both melee and range, up to 60 feet. 60 feet is pretty good range. It covers usually the majority of a battle map. Sometimes, okay, you get up to 120 on big battle maps, but most of the times, 60 feet, if you're standing somewhere near the middle of the battle map, 60 feet is enough to reach almost anything. And assuming you're going into some kind of building or a closed event space with others, I cannot imagine a huge open battle map that you would need to enter without your weapons visible. They also deal psychic damage, which is a very hard to resist type. You immediately bypass all the low-level creature physical resistances, slashing, piercing, bludgeoning, etc., that some of the usual low-level creatures, tough low-level creatures have by default. So you get your psychic damage, so you don't need to worry about getting magical weapons just to bypass resistances. They do not scale, but yeah, it is a third level feature. I'm not sure if the third level feature is supposed to scale all the way up. Let's check the 9th level. Your psychic blades are now an expression of your giving you of your suffused soul, giving you these powers that use your psionic energy dice. So you get more powers at 9th level to use your dice. These new powers, if you make an attack roll using your psychic blades and miss the target, you can reroll one psionic energy dice and add it. So bardic inspiration on the attack pretty much. But it's only expended if you hit. So it is there's a fail safety there. And psychic teleportation, as a bonus action, you manifest one of your psychic blades, expend one energy die and roll it. and throw the blade at an unoccupied space you can see 10 times the number rolled. So minimum 10, maximum 60. You then teleport to that space and the blade vanishes. That is pretty cool feature. That is amazing. You throw your blade and you teleport there. And does it? Does the psychic blade pass through objects? Assuming that you would have line of sight. So, for example, is it material blade? It's called psychic blade, but does it mention anything on the psychic blade? A psychic blade from your free hand. It is simmering blade of psychic energy. Then it says the blade is a simple melee weapon. Does not mention if it is physical. It has physical substance. Also, it says that it leaves no mark. So it might not have any physical property. So maybe it passes through a glass surface. I'm not sure on if this is the intended use or not. But the way I read it, possibly it passes through a glass surface so you can throw your blade behind a closed window and teleport inside, as long as you have line of sight of where you're throwing it. Pretty cool feature as well, being able to teleport up to 60 feet. That's not a small distance. That surpasses phase steps and all the likes. And the homing strikes make your hits much easier to land. By 9th level, your attack rolls will be pretty high as well. Plus one, wait, is it 1d6 at 9th level? No, it's already 1d8. Whoa, wait a second. So the teleport can be up to 80 feet, even further. And you can get up to a +8 on your attack roll. Okay, that's, I think we can see here how big the power difference is between this 9th level feature and you get advantage on your stealth checks to hide if you move half your movement in combat. I'm going to briefly go through the other features, although as we checked on the Thief, the 13th and 17th level feature are pretty good. They do not need any boost there. You can weave a veil of psychic static to mask yourself. As an action, you can magically become invisible along with anything you're wearing or carrying. I mean, that's a cool feature and everything, but the reasoning, the explanation, the flavor does not sit very well with me. You can weave a veil of psychic static. What is a psychic static? Can someone briefly describe what a psychic static what comes to your mind when you read a psychic static? Become invisible for 1 hour until you dismiss the effect. Okay, invisibility ends if you deal damage to a creature or if you force a creature to make a saving throw. Normal things with invisibility. After a long rest, unless you expend psionic energy die to use this feature again. Okay, pretty cool feature. You can turn invisible many times a day by using your psionic energy. What a rogue can always use some invisibility. And rend mind, you can sweep. I would say psychic static is a confusion on others' mind that blurs the capacity to see. Okay. That sounds very, very scientific. Psychic static confusion on others' mind that blurs the capacity to see. Okay, that's believable, I would say. Believable, but if I take this explanation, I would think it would have a saving throw on other creatures that to perceive you. If it works, they can't perceive you. If it doesn't work, they would be able to perceive you. But at least I have some kind of explanation on what this psychic static is that makes someone invisible. Geez, okay, that's pretty weird way to put psychic powers to convert psychic powers into invisibility. Where was it? Okay, we can sweep your psychic blade directly through a creature's mind. Geez, okay. When you use your psychic blade to deal sneak attack damage to a creature, you can force the target to make a wisdom saving throw. Oh, here comes the saving throw, which is based on your dexterity. If the save fails, the target is stunned for 1 minute. The stunned target can repeat the saving throw at the end of its turn, okay, ending on success. So the 17th level feature is an upgrade to the psychic blade, because it does require the use of them, and every time you use them, most of the time you will be dealing sneak damage as well. You have the opportunity to stun an opponent once per long rest unless you use psionic energy dice. Okay. So after going through the Soul Knife, which tends to be one of the most popular, we see that the 3rd level features and the 9th level feature are way better than the Thieves. They provide some combat utility, they provide more useful out-of-combat boosts. They're very varied. They are flexible. They're flexible. They allow you to use them on many things, and they're not restricted to very specific situations like the Thief has. And let's check the Arcane Trickster as well. Arcane Trickster is all about spells. It's the thief that gets the ability to cast spells. It is a 3rd spellcaster, 1/3 spellcaster, if I remember. Yeah, they start getting spell slots at level 3. They get 3 cantrips, which they maintain until level 9. Then they get their 4th, and they end with their career with 4 as well. Their spells known increase from 3 to 13 up to level 20. So not too many spells, but you shouldn't expect like huge variety. It is a subclass of a martial class and 1/3 spellcaster. And then the spell slots, they start with 2 at 3rd. I think the paladin is also having the same progression. The paladin gets them at 2. So they increase it to 3 at 4th. They stay all the way up to 7th with 3. Then they have 4 spell slots for the rest of their career. For level 1 spells. They go up to 4th level, their maximum, which they get at 19th, and they do not increase in number. Okay, so not powerful spells, but you can get some utility spells, and 4th level spells are also a lot of utility spells rather than damage dealing spells. So I would say their 3rd level is their best damaging options there, which they start getting after 13th level. So we see that all subclasses of the rogue do get their most defining and powerful features at 13 and upwards. Cantrips, okay, let's see what other things the Arcane Trickster gets other than spells. Mage Hand Legend main. Starting at 3rd level, when you cast Mage Hand, you can make the Spectral Hand invisible and you can perform the following additional tasks with it. You can store one object the hand is holding in a container worn or carried by another creature. You can retrieve an object in a container worn or carried by another creature. You can use Thieves' Tool to pick locks and disarm traps at range. So this feature does not look super fancy, but it does have a lot of potential. Even the last part, that you can disarm traps and pick locks at range, is a top tier feature. It can save your group's lives, or your life actually, because you would be the one disarming the traps. It can save your life, or it can make your life much easier. And the other two extra uses, they have a lot of roleplay potential, that you can secretly put an item in someone's bag or take an item from someone else's bag with an invisible mage hand that is not absolutely undetectable, but it's going to be very hard to detect. And even if it is detected, it's hard to trace it back to the arcane trickster. You can perform one of these tasks without being noticed by a creature if you succeed on the sleight hand contested by the wisdom perception, the creature. And you can do it in combat with a bonus action from your cunning action as well. And at 9th level, Magical Ambush, if you are hidden from a creature when you cast a spell on it, the creature has disadvantage on any saving throw that makes against the spell this turn. That can be good, but I'm not entirely sure what saving throws the arcane trickster will have available, as their spell choices are a little bit limited to what was their limitation? There was some specific schools, if I remember right. Wizard spell list. In true D&D fashion, I have some idea that I stole. What do you mean, Kevin? I think they had hello, O-Pigs. Welcome. Okay. What were the restrictions? I think they had enchantment and illusion spells of the wizard spell list. So the illusion spells will have disease for sure. The enchantment spells, I cannot remember if there are any powerful saving throw spells on that list. Different types of arrows for the thief, like a noisemaker, a rope arrow. I have a complaint about this idea. It makes the thief ranged oriented immediately. Like if we give him a ranged arrow feature, it's like telling the player, oh, this subclass is for ranged only. So either we need to have a melee counterpart for that feature as well, or we need a more universal boost. We don't want to make a subclass more specified in one direction. Utility, not damage, but they need a bow, right? They would need a bow to fire the arrows. I don't know if everyone would want to carry the bow with them. And as you've seen, there are some characters that have pretty low strength in some games. Does it ring any bells, Kevin? Some people with like 3 strength on some games, which they cannot carry a lot of things. Okay, so arcane tricksters Features are also pretty good, 3rd and 9th level. They have a lot of uses. Actually, the Arcane Trickster even more, since it opens up spellcasting, very flexible, which the Thief is not. Smoke bombs and flash bangs. Okay, that can be worked with. It will need a little bit of proper skinning and theming to make it believable for that type of lore. But this can be a good idea. Sometimes some type of item or consumable that they can use to obstruct vision or momentarily distract enemies. Okay. Let's start creating items. Oops, my forge kicked me out for being inactive from the server. So we're looking at something like a toolkit, right? We want to give the thief like a toolkit with some consumables that he can use inside combat or outside as well, with the fast hands feature. And they should give some specific some usages. No, they should have a theme close to the thief's theme, meaning escaping, taking something, obstructing vision, distracting, etc., etc. Okay, let's start by creating the app. We'll make it as equipment. I'll call it Burglar's Toolkit. Or actually, let's call it Thief's Toolkit. But it sounds very similar to Thieves' Tools. So I'll stick with the Burglar's Toolkit. No, smoke bombs. Smoke bombs, I think, can be justified in such fantasy setting. It is. Would they use the word bomb though? What other? Well, how else can we call a bomb in that would make more sense in a fantasy setting? Is there a synonym for a fantasy bomb? Smoke explosive device? No, that's too scientific. Wow, bomb? Really? That alchemist's fire? That's already an item, isn't it? Yeah. Alchemist fire already exists. Yeah, that's a liquid. Could be something related. Yeah, but what? How do we name a smoke bomb without using the word bomb? Alchemist smoke? No, that doesn't sound really good. Wow, I never thought that the word bomb is so hard to find a synonym. Wow, this is really hard. I'm shocked that finding synonym to bomb is so difficult. Okay, time to ask Google. Synonym to bomb. Explosive, incendiary device, missile, projectile, blockbuster, trajectile. What? First time I hear this. Bombshell. Okay. None of them is even close to what we're looking for. Grenade, not much better. Yeah. What's the smoke magic item? What smoke magic item? Endless bottle of smoke or something. Oh, so we go with a description. Okay, that's a good idea. Instead of finding a synonym, let's go with a description. So what about expanding smoke cloud? I mean, that kind of describes what will happen, right? There's going to be an expanding smoke cloud. I guess, right? Sounds okay to my mind. Expanding smoke cloud. And then we can add a container to it if we want. So we can name it pouch of expanding smoke clouds, or cloud, not plural. If we go with the theme of the endless bottle of smoke. So unless you have other ideas. Should be a vial, not a pouch, if there's smoke in it. Oh, the smoke gets out of the pouch? Yeah, true. Okay. Let's make it a vial. Vial of expanding smoke cloud. Ever smoking bottle. Okay. Is the default item. Okay. That sounds like a cool name. Let me check what it does. I haven't heard of it. Smoke leaks from the lid stoppered mouth of the brass bottle, which weighs 1 pound. When you use an action to remove the stopper, a cloud of thick smoke pours out 60-foot radius from the bottle. The cloud's area is heavily obscured. Okay, yeah, that has a very similar functionality, but you cannot throw it, right? It just uses smoke around you. Oh, it is exactly as fog cloud. I didn't make the connection. 60-foot radius. Fog cloud is that big? 60 foot, right? That's 120 feet diameter. Jeez. That's a whole battle map there. Each minute, the bottle remains open, and within the cloud, the radius increases by 10 feet. Oh my God. And then it reaches to 120 feet radius. 240 diameter. That's bigger than most battle maps. Okay. So our item will be something similar. We'll try to make it a little bit more unique to not copy an existing item. This is super foreclosed. Okay. So what that item doesn't have, from what I see, is the ability to throw it and not break and stuff like that. So we want something that can be thrown. I'm not sure if this is very useful because it will cover everything. Like it will cover your allies, your enemies, yourself. It will cover everything. So unless your group has a way to navigate through this cloud safely, they're as a disadvantage as the enemies with the ever-smoking bottle. So what we want to make for the thief is something that is more beneficial to him and the group. So something that he can throw at a distance, like the vial. Okay, so thrown distance. Okay, let's decide on the area of effect for start. We don't want to make it super big because he's going to have a lot of them. It's going to focus more on the quantity rather than on the size. So the expanding soak, I'm thinking 15 feet radius. I was thinking something like a firework. Have you seen those fireworks? Yeah, I've seen fireworks. Unless you mean something different. Are we still talking about the same item, or are we talking about different idea in the burglar's toolkit? Because I think the smoke bomb idea is very solid, and it doesn't have he might have like 2 or 3 different types of bombs. So if this firework thing that you're mentioning is doing something different, it can be one of the other 2 items. So vial of expanding smoke, I would say flashback that blinds for a round or 2. Okay, yeah, that is a separate idea. Yeah, for the second, let's work on finishing the first one before we move to the second one. So 15 feet radius with your cunning action. Oh wait, using cunning action, you can throw one of those at a point within range that you can see. Actually, do they need to see it? No. If we think of it as a grenade, you don't need to see it to throw it over a wall. So within range. As long as there is line of effect, of course. I see. I'm not about focus when I'm developing. I tend to scatter a bunch of ideas around and sift through it later. Maybe the same timer could have both uses, one to produce smoke, mini fog light, and another to produce firework, mini fairy fire. Is there a benefit to that? Having the same item doing either of those things? What do we gain, or what does the thief gain by combining it into the same item? Oh yes. It can. Yes, this will be 2 different or 3 different bomb types items inside the same toolkit. Yes, this is how it's going to be. So I'm thinking this burglar toolkit is like a bug toolkit that the thief will get. It will have some charges which will replenish on a short rest or on a long rest, which means that the thief during that time has to replenish his resources, make some new bombs while he's resting and bandaging. he's like manually making those contraptions again and filling his toolkit for the next fight. At a point within range, the vial shatters upon impact, creating a heavily obscured area of smoke around the origin. What other details do we need to add here? We will add numbers, of course. So I would say range. How far can a thief throw this? Okay, so I want to put a minimum range of 30 feet. 30 or 40. 30, and it has a radius of 15 feet, so you can reach up to 45 feet if you put minimum radius of minimum range of 30. Okay, so 35 minimum, 35 plus 5 feet for every point they have, not the point, for every modifier they have on strength. Strength does determine some throwing distance, so I would put like a scalable there. So 35, if a thief regularly goes with an 8 strength, which is quite common, they have -1. So that puts it, the 35 puts it back at 30, which is the minimum range that I wanted to put. But if someone has increased strength, well, they can throw it even further. So range 35 with possible more with strength. Then radius 15 from the point of impact. A sphere. A sphere or a cylinder? Cylinder. It's better to have it as a cylinder. Heavily obscured. Okay, how long does it last? It lasts for a minute, I'd say. 10 rounds. Other than that, the smoke is dispersed. Okay, I think that sounds pretty reasonable. Range 35 plus strength mod times 5 feet, radius 15 feet, and duration 1 minute. Also, I think it's obvious, but we should mention it, that a strong gust of wind removes the effects. Okay, now on the fireworks slash flash grenade. So let's find a name for it, a fitting name. What do we call that one? Is this one a vial again, or is it a pouch? What about a pouch of fairy explosions? Or a vial of exploding fairy light? Or vial of fairy light? I think that sounds appropriate, right? But fairy is typed like this. Okay. Again, using cunning action, can throw one of those. I mean, it's going to be pretty similar, the throwing range. The point. A blinding flash of light around the origin. Creatures within the area, the flash, must succeed on a what saving throw would that be? Dexterity or constitution. Either dexterity to be fast to turn on to the other side, or constitution to simply take on the effect and not care about it. I'll go with dexterity. The DC, that's another idea, yes. Damage, no, I wouldn't add the damage. Even with the stink poison cloud, I would make the stink and poison cloud add the poison condition for a round, maybe that adds disadvantage to all their attacks and ability checks. Or if it is a stinky, maybe an itching cloud that causes itching, extreme itching, and then it affects a little bit action economy of those creatures, something like that. Oh, that's a good idea. Something that makes your eyes itching or burning, that affects attacks, that could give a disadvantage to attack rolls because you see things blurry or your eyes are very itchy. Oh, actually, that's like tear gas. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, on that effect is going to be a con save. So we'll keep this one as a dexterity, so we'll have some variety. Dexterity for the flashbang type, in order to be fast enough to turn your head the other way, or fast enough to close your eyes when it starts. Because I do not imagine it is as instant as the flashbang, the modern flashbang, but it like has a moment of build-up. So it gives like a split second of warning to what's going to happen, giving some fast creatures the opportunity to close their eyes. Must succeed on a saving throw or be blinded until the end of their next turn. So if you blind creatures like this, then it is easy for the rogue to get sneak attack damage because you have advantage on your attacks. So this is going to be a pretty useful feature, I think, even for themselves, not considering the possibilities of group combos. It does not have anything on a save, which might feel bad using, but again, you use your bonus action, right? Your main action is still there. But we could add another feature on the end saying that no, that wouldn't work. Never mind. Bad idea. Okay, this vial is done. Moving on to the tear gas effect. So is this going to be a vial again? Can we have something with pouch? I don't know. I want something with a pouch. Okay, this is going to be the itchy powder pouch. The name is perfect, right? I feel like the smoke cloud would be a pouch because it would be smoldering for a while. I thought the powder, the smoke would be a pouch as well, but the vial idea that Leo said is not bad either. Like it is a contained cloud. Although if it is a contained cloud, how does the thief make more contained clouds during his downtime? That's a bit of a mystery. But I like the itchy powder pouch. Now, the name here. So I'm copying the throwing is the same until the vial part, of course. The pouch opens upon impact, releasing the powder. Oh, wait. Is that far enough? 30 feet minimum? I'd say it is. For a rogue, if you're throwing those things, you're most likely close to the enemy, right? If you're far away, why do you need to throw them? If it is a smoke bomb, especially, and you just need to hide behind it, you can throw it between you and them. You don't need to get them inside the smoke bomb. The flash one, yes, they need to be inside. But again, you don't really want to blind people who are super far away. There's not much point. And you can use them effectively all in melee because they're saving throws, they're not ranged attacks. So you don't get disadvantage, you don't get attack rolls. Okay, so I have an idea for this itchy powder pouch. Since it is a pouch, instead of having it explode and open up in an area, what if the rogue opens it before throwing it, and it creates a path? It creates a path of floating itchy powder, making a line that is 10 feet wide and 30 feet long minimum. So if they have increased strength, maybe even further, dump it on people. yeah, you could dump it on people as well. But yeah, okay, we could put an extra feature. We could put an extra feature that if you sour a creature with it, they have disadvantage on the saving throw. Okay, the pouch opens when it is thrown, creating a 10 feet wide line of floating powder between you and the point of impact. Creatures that start their turn or enter inside the powder or the area of effect, actually, inside the area of effect, must succeed on a Constitution saving throw. Okay, now what is happening with the itchy powder? Disadvantage on attacks. I would say similar to poison and something else. Disadvantage on attacks, and they must move on their turn if there is space to move. So like the itchiness makes them want to move, so possibly provoking opportunity attacks or going into unfavorable positions. I think that can be used tactically quite well. Yeah, they must move 10 feet if there is space. If it is dumped on them, an action to dust themselves off. Uh, I don't think that gives you anything because it ends at the end of their turn. It only lasts until at the end of the turn, so there's no much point to use your action to dust it off. Okay, I'm thinking if we have any mistakes here. Creatures that start their turn or enter, okay, they need to make the Constitution saving throw. They have disadvantage on attack rolls and move at least 10 feet on their turn. And it lasts until the end of their next turn. The effect, but the powder there remains for 1 minute. The powder floats in that area for 1 minute. Again, a strong gust of wind can remove the effect. Removes the effect. I have some spelling mistakes here. Okay, we have 3 possible vials. Do we need more? Because we're gonna add an extra feature as well for the 9th level feature. So maybe for a 3rd level feature, this one is enough. What do you think? Oh, we forgot to write that. If the whole pouch is dumped on a single creature, the creature has disadvantage on the saving throw. An action, and the expertise. Oh, the expertise, yes. Okay. Expertise on stealth and sleight of hand. I think it is pretty good. I already want to play it. By the way, your camera blocks the text of the 3rd effect. Oh, sorry about that. There we, oops, now the text, the chat. I made it bigger. But now I see that we have some spacing problems. Okay. Oh my God, what? Foundry, stop doing this. Okay, about the expertise, Kevin. I think it's a little bit too strong to add both at 3rd level. So I will make it, one of them will be at 3rd level, the other will be at 9th level. So you choose between expertise on stealth or sleight of hand at 3rd level, and on 9th level, you get expertise on the other that you didn't choose. I don't think it's, I think it's a little bit too much if we give 2 expertises at 3rd level. I don't remember if any other class, is there any other class that gets 2 expertises by 3rd level? Oh, let me save here before something happens and we lose everything. That's a lot of text. Okay, saved. at you gain expertise in either stealth, sleight of hand, or stealth. At 9th level, you gain expertise on the one you didn't choose. You didn't choose earlier. Okay. I think that's phrased correctly, right? Oh, sorry, not on, in the one that you didn't choose earlier. And we want one more feature. Oh, also we want to explain how these pouches are replenished. Okay, so my idea is we give the thing is that at 1st and 6th level, the rogue gains expertise. Probably stealth will be picked anyway at level 1. But if they know about this, would they pick stealth? This item, at least on my games, this item is will be known to the player when they create a character at level 1. So they have the chance to read about it and they will see that they gain expertise. Yeah, you'll have to. Tough choice? No, I would say tough situation. Not. I think the choice would be an easy one, that you want to not get the expertise at 1st level and get it here. And pick the expertise on something else. Can they really complain? We're giving them 2 free expertises. If they really want the expertise on level 1, then they'll have to sacrifice one of their free expertises. You can't be too greedy. Like, we're boosting a class. If you were playing this subclass and we're boosting it that much, and then you choose to lose the bonuses yourself just for the first, because you wanted the first 2 levels to be expert in stealthing, I don't know. I think that's a player choice. Now, on the uses of those, I think it should start. It should be scalable, not static, and it should be flexible as well. Meaning that at each long rest, the thief can create a total of these consumables. We need to give them a name so we can refer to them easier. A total of one plus their class level, I would say, or maybe two plus their class level. So by the time you get your subclass at level 3, you can create 5 of them. But you can choose which 5. you want to make. Like maybe you want to make 5 smoke pouches, smoke vials, sorry, or 3, 1, 1, or 2 and 3, or 5 fairy lights. So you have the freedom and the flexibility of choosing, and you can create 5 of them on every long rest. Now, what happens if the player starts stacking them? Should they be stacked? Because if they create 5 every day, on a single downtime, they will stockpile enough of them to last forever. Okay, then we'll need to say that the materials for these, I'll call them thieves' contraptions, okay, to have a name. Maybe I'll find a better name later, but for now I'll call them thieves' contraptions. So the material for the thief contraptions expire after a day. So their charges do not stack. They get every day the amount that is determined by their level, 2 plus their class level. So at level 5, you'll have like 7 of them. I think they're plenty. You can use them in a day. Let's say that you have 3 fights, which is like a tough day these days in D&D if you have 3 fights per day. So they can use about 2 or 3 per fight. And the effects last for 1 minute for 2 of those contraptions. The other one is instantaneous. So you might not even need to use multiple ones per fight. If I see that they're being used and they do not make a lot of combat difference, I can increase the amount of uses per day without making any big changes. Okay, so we have determined the amount they can use and they can create. What else we're missing? So we gave the expertise. So we need one more simple, not very complicated feature that will help at level 9, because the level 9 thief feature is kind of sucky. What could we give them as a 9th level feature? I feel that they need something a bit more combat related. What if they have an ability, a better ability, to disarm someone? Or destroy, like, okay, that sounds cool, but it's not as useful, to destroy some of the target's consumables. But you don't know if the target will have consumables, and most targets probably will not have consumables. I'm trying to think of something that fits along with the theme of thief and also comes in play during combat. I was thinking of a way to cause a distraction to give them advantage on attacks, like the familiars, they help us and they can take. Question: do they have such a big problem to gain advantage by 9th level? Because by 9th level, according to what we gave them so far, they can blind someone, which gives them advantage. They can heavily obscure an area, which can again give them advantage if it is used correctly. I don't see it. They don't have other ways currently, but they do sneak attack. Even if a friendly creature is nearby, they don't always need the advantage. I have a perfect idea. It might be situational, but I think it's very cool thematically. So if they attack a target that is holding or using, holding, not using, because if it is wearing, it might be complicated. Holding a magic item and their attack lands, the target can choose to either drop the magic item or take double sneak attack damage. Meaning that the thief attacks and tries to steal the item, and the victim has to choose, do I give up on the item and protect myself from a more dangerous wound, or do I let the item go? Sorry, that was the same. Or do I hold the item at all costs and protect it and risk more damage? How does that sound? Make the boss strip naked. Take off their armor. No, that's why I said holding, not wearing. So that should work on things that hold items. But since it is situational, maybe it should have a use for when the things do not hold items, magic items. Well, how many sneak dice do they roll at level 9? Let's check that. Rogue. Level 9 is 5d6. Okay, that's a lot. So maybe we can increase by 1d6 if the creature is not holding a magic item. Instead, the sneak attack damage is increased by 1d6. It is a 20% boost to sneak attack damage at that point. It is a simple boost on the situation where it happens with the magic item. It is very thematically appropriate. On the ones that are not holding magic items, it's not as well explained. But I think it would make the thief subclass more appealing. Having a simple damage boost there. Also, that makes them very, very, very deadly against creatures that hold magic items. Because if they choose not to drop their magic items, taking double the sneak damage, that's 10d6. And they can do that on every round. Yeah, I like it. I don't know what you think about it, if it is too strong, too weak. But I like the theme behind this idea. And I got hiccups now. Wait, is it a magic item or it could be any item? So no, magic item is better. Thief only was exactly. By level 9, you do not have any interest for common items that sell below 1,000 gold pieces. Okay, I will add an extra parameter here because if the creature drops the item, it's obvious that the thief will try to grab it. So we need to put a mechanic there how to handle that. If the creature drops the item, you can make a contested sleight of hand check. Sorry, you can make a sleight of hand check sleight of hand check contested by the creature's sleight of hand to grab the item. Otherwise, the creature on their turn, they pick up the item again. But considering that you will be expert at sleight of hand at this point, you're going to have a pretty good roll on that one. So highly likely that you'll be stealing that item before they can grab it back. Okay. With that, I think the item, which I still don't like the name, is complete. Maybe name it Thieves Contraptions. Then the second part does not have anything to do with items. I feel like Thieves Toolkit is the best name, but it's so similar sounding to Thieves Tools. What if we name it Rogues Toolkit, but then it's general for all rogues, so it's not for the thief. Satchel, Thief's Satchel? Oh, okay, yeah. Satchel, it definitely goes well with the third level things. But does not relate at all with the expertise and the other. What if we give it a more abstract name instead and name it The Ways of the Thief? Like a more abstract and more metaphorical. Ways reminds me of a monk. True, you're not wrong. Okay, a synonym to that then. Synonym to ways. Patterns? No, that's straying off the meaning. I had a pretty stupid idea. Oh, methods. That's pretty good. Hello, Hanif. Methods of the thief. Yeah. Or method of the thief. Or methods. Methods. Methods of the thief. Or thief's methods. I was thinking, like, you know how there's this feature that thieves can't, right? This language that the rogues get. Well, we could name it that now thieves can. Before they couldn't, but now they can. Now, actually, the thief only, not the other rogues. A thief now can play the game equally. Okay, so it has some parts there. The first part are the thief contraptions. And then what do we name this? Some simple names. Good or nothing, this one that gives you expertise, and then this will be mine, is the name of the other feature that is trying to steal forcefully and or stab. Then we give the names some underlining to be more visible. Okay. I think not. It is good. Thief's methods. It's going to be satchel as an icon. Which one looks more thief-like? I think this one. And it's going to be clothing, not light armor. No attunement. Okay. Unless I'm forgetting something, I think we have covered everything. The 3rd level boosts, the 9th level boosts, thief appropriate boosts themed to the subclass, covering its main weaknesses being that it was very situational, and now the features are very flexible. The 9th level feature can prove to be a massive damage boost against someone who is holding magic items. Otherwise, it is a plain 1d6 damage, which is still good, like compared to other thieves that, to other rogues that have to wait 2 more levels to get their next d6. And you get your 2 more expertises by 3rd and 9th level. But yeah, the majority is the contraptions, allowing you to crowd control a little bit the battlefield with 2 circular area of effects and 1 line area of effect. Oh, we didn't mention how is the saving throw determined. The saving throw will be 8 plus proficiency plus dexterity modifier, right? Yes. Let's write that down as well. saving throw DCs. So we name it properly, are equal to 8 plus PB plus dex. We can also make it as a property, so it shows up. Special saving throw spellcasting dexterity. Okay, so it just shows the DC every time you click it in case you don't want to do the math. Okay. The thief one is done. We'll go on a short break and we'll be back for the Nature Cleric. As it has been, it is close to the knowledge one, but comparing the two of them, I think the nature falls a bit back. I was pretty close to choosing the knowledge one, but then after checking a little bit more, I think the nature ends up last. So we'll be trying to boost Nature Cleric, and maybe in the future livestream we'll go with the knowledge one, since the cleric has a lot of domains, and most likely more than one need some boost to see the light of play. And when you compare them with the Twilight, there is the gap is so big. Anyway, break, and we'll be back for cleric time. I have returned. And that was the wrong scene. That is the correct one. So thief is done. Moving on to clerics. How many domains do I have? I have a lot of domains currently. Let's... where's the... Oh, I typed 6th. I went to 6th edition. I wish we had the 6th edition and not one D&D. Okay, look at these domains. So many domains. Arcana, death, forge, grave, knowledge, life, light, nature, order, peace, tempest, trickery, twilight, war, solidarity, strength, ambition, zeal, blood, mind, beauty, fate, city, protection, twilight, unity. Of course, there are some homebrew ones and some unearthed arcanas, but cleric is seeing so much, is getting so much attention. Of course, I'm not using all of those in my games. I'm only using a Xanathar's Place Handbook, recently Tassa's involved. I did like those 4 from Amonkhet, but they're not very suitable yet. The blunt one is from Matt Mercer. Then Eberron has this mind one. Beauty comes from Twitter. Unofficial content developed by Wizard of the Coast designers, and it was designed on Twitter recent. I didn't even know that people design classes on Twitter. I would expect like Reddit or something, but Twitter. And Unearthed Arcana gives us the fate Wonders of the Multiverse, and then we have an archived Unearthed Arcana that has a few more. Okay, so from those, the ones that has seen the least popularity, at least from my experience, were the Knowledge, the Nature one, and not as much, but coming next with difference from the others was the Trickery. So if I had to put it like in percentages, I would say Knowledge and Nature had seen less of a 3% or even a 2% play amongst cleric players. Not all the classes, we're only comparing cleric players. Trickery, I would put at less than 15%, but everything else is at less than 30. Sorry, at more than 30. So the big winners or losers in this context is the Nature and Knowledge. Trickery is trying to follow up on the losing part, with all the others having considerably higher percentage picking. And the big winner in this, I think you all know, is Twilight. Twilight Cleric, since its beginning. You played the Nature Cleric, Kevin? Okay, tell us your experience from it. Would you play it again? Let's start with this question. Would you play it if you had to play a Cleric again? Would you play a Nature Cleric again? On an average D&D campaign, not nature themed, not specific. You enjoyed yours. What made you enjoy your Nature Cleric? What were the good features that made your cleric enjoyable? I could be frontliner. Okay. And heal. Melee was good. Okay. But is that specific to Nature Cleric? I think you get all those things that you mentioned. You get them with the Life Cleric, with the Forge Cleric, and you get other things as well. Druid cantrip. Which Druid cantrip made such difference? Shillelagh or whatever it is. Okay. Okay. Now I can see Shillelagh being something new and exciting for clerics. Yeah, made your staff use wisdom for melee attacks. So you made you were enjoying the melee part of the cleric, which again, when compared to the Forge Cleric, I think it will still fall quite short compared to it. And if you compare what you mentioned, I could be frontline and heal. If you compare that sentence with the Life Cleric, they can be frontline and heal so much more. So let's make some direct comparisons. I will open up, although I think there's no point comparing with Twilight Cleric at this point, but I'll open up and compare a bit just for the sake of it. Cleric, Twilight Domain. I played it to level 7 or 8. Okay. So let's see what the Nature Domain does for start. At level 1, you get proficiency with heavy armor. That is good. That is very good. You don't get it with all domains. There are some domains that give you up to medium. Some domains give you the most wanted heavy armor option as well. Now, I can say that I like it, but I don't like it at the same time. I like it because it's needed for the Nature Cleric to have this powerful option. I like it because of that, but I don't like it because it feels like it goes against the nature theme. Like similarly how to druids like cannot wear metal armor and they're more nature classes. I feel that the nature cleric shouldn't be getting proficiency with heavy armor. Like it shouldn't be a metal clad class. Then again, if you don't have this, you need to add other features that are equally powerful, which complicates things. So even if I don't like it, I will not change it. I'll keep it as it is and build upon it. The life cleric also gets proficiency with heavy armor. I don't know why. On the same book, they have phrased the same thing differently. It is literally the same book, just another subclass. When you choose this domain at first level, you gain proficiency with heavy armor. Here it says also at first level, you gain proficiency with heavy armor. And then Twilight domain does get proficiency with heavy armor and martial weapons. So it makes this feature almost twice as good, because martial weapons means like you can use any weapon now. They're simple and martial weapons, in case you didn't know. So clerics were restricted to simple ones, plus their proficiencies from their race, meaning life and nature. But Twilight gets everything. Now, aside from the proficiencies, each domain gets some spells always prepared. They do not count against their prepared spells. They have always access to those. They still cost spell slots as every other spell. And let's compare some functionality. Animal friends and speak with animals. No combat influence at all, but can be good for roleplay, definitely appropriate for the nature theme. Life, bless and cure wounds. Two of the most popular combat healing spells. Like, I don't think you can ask more than those at first level. And Twilight, Fairy Fire, and Sleep. Fairy Fire also top tier. Sleep depends on many things. How well organized your group plays, if it is mingled together with opponents, if you're against many opponents or one. Sleep can be, I'd say, situational. Usually it's not a very picked choice. So one top tier spell, life gets two top tier spells, nature gets top role-playing spells, maybe even at role-play, like your campaign might not even have animals at that point. Like you could be in a city. Yeah, you can talk with a pigeon, but what can the pigeon tell you? So it relies heavily, actually not heavily, it relies solely on the DM to make your first level spells feel remotely useful. Then we got third level, Barkskin and Spike Growth versus Lesser Restoration, Spiritual Weapon, and Moonbeam, See Invisibility. Moonbeam, I would say, is a very good spell as well. Spiritual Weapon, top tier spell for any cleric, meaning you would never need to make a choice of preparing it. You have always your spiritual weapon at no cost. Other than the spell slot, of course. Lesser Restoration situational can be life-saving or campaign-saving at this point, but might not even come into play. Since Twilight is banned, I'd still Fairy Fire for nature. That is an idea. That is an idea. We'll come into that after we go over the spells. And Nature one gets Bark Skin and Spike Growth. Now, Spike Growth is also a very, very good choice. Very good spell to have. It can make melee combatants pretty much useless or dead if used properly. Bark Skin, on the other hand, on this cleric is really bad. Since the class gives you proficiency with heavy armors, you're most likely above 16 AC. So why would you use Bark Skin? Yeah, you can use it on others, but most likely every other class, they have some kind of plan or adjusted the game style for their armor. They do not rely on you, and they should not rely on you to have Bark Skin on them at all times. So this spell here will not prove very useful. It's not like you're a druid and you're gonna Bark Skin yourself and then wild shape. This is just bad for this cleric. So from the third level, I'd say again the life domain dominates. See invisibility situation, if it comes into play, it's gonna be amazing, but it might not come. Moonbeam pretty good as well. I would say cleric is life cleric is again at the top, with Twilight following, and last again nature at third level choices. Fifth level, plant growth, very situational again, and wind wall, again very situational, because it can affect your team as well as much as the other ones. Then we have Beacon of Hope and Revivify, top tier spells once more. Aura of Vitality and Lemon's Tiny Hat, top tier spells once more, especially Lemon's Tiny Hat, but Aura of Vitality as well. And remember that clerics cannot cast ritual spells if they don't have them prepared, like the wizard can. So that makes the Twilight able to cast Leomund Tiny Hat all the time without sacrificing any choice of spells for that. And Aura of Vitality, I always confuse it with Aura of Life. I don't remember which one is which. Yeah, Aura of Vitality is the healing one that, I mean, the other one was healing one too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh no, resistance. Okay. So 30-foot radius around you, it moves with you, center on you. As a bonus action, 2d6 hit points. So it is a massive healing spell. You can even cast it at the end of the combat, and in the next 1 minute, you cast a total of 12 d6 hit dice healing distributed as you'd like. Sorry. So definitely the Twilight, I'd say, wins on this on the fifth level comparison. Even though Revivify, okay, is again top tier spell and must needed. Like if you have it always prepared, that saves you a choice. Beacon of Hope pretty good as well. And then you see here plant growth and wind wall is like, what? Why did you do this to the poor nature cleric? 7th level and 9th level dominate beasts, grasping vine. They can be good as well. Tree stride can be pretty fun to use. Insect plague, okay. Death Ward and Guardian of Faith, I think they're also very commonly used 4th level spells. Mask Your Wounds and Rise Dead. Rise Dead, I'm not so sure how much it can be. I mean, it's good. Mask Your Wounds, self-explanatory. Hour of Life, greater invisibility also pretty broken. and Circle of Power and Mislead. I don't even remember what Mislead does though. You become invisible at the same time. Oh yes, that it's the one that spawns a copy, a mirage of you. Again, nature falls back on 7th and 9th level as well compared to the others. So overall, a much worse spell selection for domain spells. Then at level 1, you learn a druid cantrip of your choice. That counts as a cleric cantrip for you. And you also gain proficiency in one of the following skills of your choice: animal handling, nature, and survival. Survival being the most used of those, then maybe nature, animal handling the least. Not very popular skill choices or commonly used. The life cleric, at level 1, your healing spells are more effective. When you use a spell of first level or higher, you gain 2 plus the spell level's extra healing. So you start by a +3 to all your healing spells, and it goes quite higher as you cast more powerful spells. Then Twilight gets the Eyes of Night. You can see through the deepest gloom. You have dark vision at a range of 300 feet. 300 feet. No battle map. Okay, 99% of the battle maps will not have 300 feet dimensions. So this guy can see everywhere at any battle map, pretty much. Also, as an action, you can magically share this dark vision with willing creatures that you can see within 10 feet of you. And the number increases based on your wisdom modifier, with a minimum of 1, I think. Yes. It lasts for 1 hour, not 1 minute, not 1 round, but 1 hour. So several combats, possibly, or the duration of any important event. And you can repeat that after a long rest. Unless you expend the spell slot. So if you really need it, you have the option to just spell the spell slot and do it again. Now, what does that mean? Oh, wait. We have we have more first level features for the Twilight. I forgot. Here, not only the Twilight gets the most powerful, but they get the most as well. Vigilant Blessing. The knight has taught you to be vigilant. As an action, you give one creature you touch advantage on the next initiative roll the creature makes. This benefit ends immediately after the roll, or if you use this feature again. I don't know why it says the knight has taught you to be vigilant, but yet this feature works at every time, not just the knight. And it gives advantage on a creature on the initiative roll. Okay, no limit on uses. No, wait. The benefit ends immediately after the roll. Oh, yeah, true. There's no limit on use, so you can use it before every fight, provided that you have a time window to use an action, but usually you do have these 6 seconds. Also, you can cast it way earlier. So yeah, no limits, free initiative advantages on yourself or others. Oh my god, who designed this class? So, also I wanted to say on this dark vision, okay, so 300 feet dark vision. In my games, I have a great bow that is like an upgrade to the longbow, but it has a strength requirement of 13. It can shoot up to 800 feet at disadvantage, long range, and the normal range I think is 200 or 225, something like that. So a Twilight Domain Cleric with that bow, they can shoot at the target at 200 feet away. This is like the second battle map. You put them on one battle map and they can shoot on the second battle map. No creature unless they're also Twilight Domain Cleric. No creature has usually more than 120 feet dark vision. So they get advantage on shooting that creature because that creature cannot see them. They're outside of their dark vision range. They can shoot a creature at 200 feet at night with advantage, with a bow that does like 1d10 plus their dex modifier. Okay, the dex modifier might be low, but the advantage means that most likely they will hit. And if you want to make it even more extreme, you can go up to 300 feet. The advantage will cancel the disadvantage of long range, so they can still aim and shoot normally at a creature at 300 feet away. And that's a cleric class, not a ranger, not a sniper, not nothing else. That's your normal priest that happens to prey upon Twilight to get these sniping skills. Yeah, all that at level 1, right? You don't even need to be like some seasoned cleric on this domain. You just started your career, you just prayed upon the Twilight, and after your first prayers, you have become a sniper. So as you can see why this is banned on my games. I'm pretty sure it feels good to play one, and it feels good to play one, but it feels really bad to know that every time you'll be getting a cleric, it's going to be a Twilight one. Oh yeah, we haven't even reached the healing parts, the divinity. So going on, channel divinity, more, Twilight Sanctuary, 30-foot radius around you. You channel your divinity using your action, and it fills with dim light. So it provides even some light. The sphere moves with you and lasts for 1 minute, all until you are incapacitated or die. Whenever a creature, including you, ends its turn in the sphere, you grant that creature one of these benefits. Temporary hit points equal to 1d6 plus your cleric level. Or you end one effect on it, causing it to be charmed or frightened. There's no concentration. There's no other roll other than the amount of the hit points. Temporary hit points free for everyone for no action at the end of their turn. They just get it. And it's 1d6 plus your cleric level. It's not a small amount. Like by level 5, they could be getting 10 to 11 temporary hit points every single round. And everyone gets that. As long as they stay within that radius, everyone gets that. Not one creature per round, every single creature per round. Yeah, imagine if you have summoned units, like 8 summoned units from a druid, and they all get double their HP in temporary hit points. It is so busted. Now, comparing it with the other channel divinities, channel divinity on the life one, it is decent, but not nearly as good as the Twilight, of course. You can heal up a lot of HP, but it has the strict requirement that you can only go up to half its hit point maximum. Yeah, this feature can restore a creature to no more than half of its hit point maximum. So it serves as a emergency healing when everyone is very low. You can restore a lot of hit points and bring them back to half their HP. If people are lightly wounded, it has no use. But it is can be a group saving feature. if used at the right time. And then we go to the Nature Cleric, and your channel divinity is charm animals and plants. Yes, you heard it right. Charm animals or plants. As an action, you present your holy symbol and invoke the name of your deity. Each beast or plant creature that you can see within 30 feet of you must make a wisdom saving throw. If the creature fails its wisdom saving, it is charmed by you for 1 minute or until it takes damage. While it is charmed by you, it is friendly to you and other creatures you designate. So what is the use of this channel divinity? If you are in a combat with beasts, you make them stop for 1 minute. Does that change much? It allows you to flee, it allows you to pass them maybe. After a minute, they go back at what they were doing. As good as any forest gnome, and the gnome has no use limit. I don't remember. What do the forest gnomes get? Let me check the forest gnomes. Oh, come on. Forest gnomes. Speak with small beasts, you mean? Through sounds and gestures, you can communicate simple ideas with small or smaller beasts. Forest of love animals. Okay. Well, this one communicates, does not make them charmed, but it does allow you to communicate. Yeah, usually bribing with food, that's true. So this channel divinity also has a saving throw, right? Because it is something that affects enemies. While the two others, Life and Twilight, their channel divinity happens no matter what. It is a guaranteed effect, and there is no stopping it. Well, there is a very hard condition of killing or incapacitating the cleric to stop it. But otherwise, there is no stopping. This one not only has a chance to fail, it has a duration, in which duration you cannot do much. Like, it's not like you take the time to kill them. You cannot, if you attack them, they are not charmed anymore. It only affects beasts and plants, so you need to be fighting normal, I wouldn't say harmless, but natural creatures or plants. So situational, not really effective. Okay, it is appropriate themed, of course, but yeah, it makes the Nature Cleric fall so far behind the other top tier choices. You can't even talk. Oh yes, true. You can't even talk to them. They're just charmed. They just like you. So it's like having some pets in real life. Like, you have some cats, you have some dogs, but instead they're tigers or lions, and they like you for 1 minute. That's it. They like you for 1 minute. That's your channel divinity. Like, you channel your deity's power down to the mortal realm to make some pets like you for 1 minute. That's it. I don't know how more disappointing can it get. Let me check the knowledge one. I only have one hope, that the knowledge domain will have a worse channel divinity. Other than that, all my hope is lost. Okay, channel divinity of the knowledge one. Starting at second level, you can use your channel divinity to tap into divine well of knowledge. As an action, you choose one skill or tool. For 10 minutes, you have proficiency of the skilled tool or skill or tool. Okay, this is way more generic. In terms of uniqueness, it is worse. In terms of power, it's probably better. But you also get the channel divinity level 6 with the knowledge one that you do not get with the other. And this one is pretty good. You get to read thoughts. You read the thoughts, and during that time, when you use the thought, you can use your action to end this effect and cast suggestion spell on that creature without expending a spell slot. The target automatically fails its saving throw against the spell. Automatically fails its saving throw. You cast a guaranteed suggestion at level 6. Okay, it's not level 2. It would be a little bit too powerful for level 2 anyway. But you do get another channel divinity that is flavored and has a lot of potential with the knowledge. I guess that's why the Nature Cleric ranked the lowest. Because the knowledge one does have some redeeming channel divinity at level 6. Its level 2 is almost as bad as the nature one. Oh yeah, the knowledge one has pretty bad first level stuff. No armor proficiency. You do get some skill proficiencies in some questionable skills. Not all of them. Some of them are questionable. And your proficiency bonus is doubled for them. So if your campaign would have a lot of use for two of those skills, and this can be a good feature. Otherwise, kinda meh. Okay, back to the nature. And starting at 6th level, when you or a creature within 30 feet of you takes acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage, you can use your reaction to grant resistance to the creature against the instant of the damage. Okay, that is a decent feature. Dampen of the air. I don't know how it makes sense. Elements, nature. Why would you dampen them though? You should be increasing them. But whatever. It is a decent feature. Divine Strike. At 8th level, you gain the ability to infuse your weapon strike. Okay, that's pretty common with the other clerics as well, I think. You get to boost your weapon attacks with extra elemental damage in this occasion instead of radiant that other clerics get. Master of Nature. At 17th level, you gain the ability to command animals and plant creatures. Oh my god, again. While creatures are charmed by your charm, animals and plant creatures, you can take a bonus action to turn them on your turn to verbally command what each of those creatures will do on the next turn. So you need to wait for 17th level to make your channel divinity useful. I would be very surprised if at 17th level, for some reason, you're fighting beasts and plants. It says animals here, but I assume it means beasts. As it did on the channel divinity. I don't think it means generally animals, because what is animal in D&D? So if you're fighting beasts and plants at 17th level, I'm not sure what you're supposed to be doing there. Usually at 17th level, the dangerous creatures are not your natural beasts or plants. Okay, maybe you want to gather an army of other animals and plants, but then it lasts 1 minute. The charm effect lasts 1 minute. So what can they possibly do so important in 1 minute that makes this feature good? Yeah, I don't know. The more I read about it, the more disappointed I get about this poor nature cleric. And checking the others, Blessed Healer at 6th level, all healing spells you cast on others heal you as well. So free healing for you, so you can get quite undying while keeping everyone else alive as well. Divine Strike, same like with the Nature Cleric, but a radiant damage instead of elemental damage. And Supreme Healing, when you would normally roll 1 or more dice to restore hit points with a spell, you instead use the highest number possible for each die. So there is no random, you get maximum healing for every single spell that you cast. This does not even come close with this disaster of a feature that's called Master of Nature. And I'm scared to check the Twilight. 6th level. You can draw on the mystical power of night to rise into the air as a bonus action when you're in dim light or darkness. That is a big chunk of the day. You can magically give yourself a flying speed equal to your walking speed for 1 day. So we have free flight here for a guy with heavy armor. And you can use this bonus action a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. So by level 6, that's 3 times per day. 3 times a day, you start to fly. You start to fly around with your unstoppable healing and your 300 vision, so you can rise into the air, take a great bow and snipe targets from up, from a point that you have line of sight, from everywhere, from like the best vantage point from a sniper, which is up in the air. At 1 minute, you can definitely fly 300 feet up. You can reach that even in less. Maybe the nature god that aren't that strong. Well, I don't know if in the D&D lore that is true, but definitely in my lore that's not. Okay, 8th level. So yeah, this is pretty busted as well. 8th level, Divine Strike. Okay, same thing. That is for every cleric we've checked so far. And 17th, the Twilight that you summon offers a protective embrace. You and your allies have half cover while in the sphere created by your Twilight Sanctuary. So +2 to AC for everyone, and on top of the temporary busted healing that you're doing. No concentration, no stopping it unless you go down. And unless you go down now means 2 things, because you will be flying above the battlefield most likely. So unless someone has ranged attacks and kills you, you're a mobile, floating, healing device that boosts AC, sees like that. Oh my god, I imagine it and it's so cringe. You're flying, you can hit and see everything from up there. You provide healing boosts to everyone below, and not healing boosts, sorry, temporary HP and AC boosts. You have greater invisibility always prepared, so you can be just invisible up there casting things. This subclass is the most unbalanced that I've seen from Wizards of the Coast, by far. And what's the worst part? It does not feel like a cleric. None of these features, okay, like temporary hit point, you can say is equals healing, so that's like cleric-y. But everything else does not feel like a cleric anymore. You get random OP features that somehow are justified that you pray in the Twilight. Like, why would you see 300 feet away on the Twilight? If it was a domain of darkness, maybe. But the Twilight is still light. Yet somehow you get 300 feet dark vision for that. I don't know. This subclass is so unbalanced. I'm so shocked that this went through playtest and it got approved that, yeah, this is okay, this is balanced, this is a nice addition, this will not cause problems with our pre-existing content. Like, you fly, you see as high, as far as you can in any battle map, you use martial weapons, heavy armor, you heal at everyone else at no cost of your actions, everything. You can do everything. So how can poor Nature Cleric ever compare to that? Well, the answer is going to be given today. Today we will make the magic item that will make this poor Nature Cleric compare with definitely the life one, and I would say, okay, it won't compare with the Twilight. I don't want to make something so broken as the Twilight, but definitely as the life domain. Okay, let's think of the nature of the item that could give to the cleric. Maybe most likely holy symbol, right? Holy symbol seems fitting. They're always gonna use a holy symbol anyway. Yeah, I think a holy symbol is fitting. We don't have to go super creative with the item, with the choice of the item, because we don't want to impose any disadvantages to need to hold it or anything like that. So holy symbol. Oh, I almost got kicked out again. For now, we'll name it nature's symbol. It's going to be trinket again. Now, what does this... I mean, there's so many things that we need to boost here. I was thinking, okay, what do we start boosting? But everything needs boosting here. Proficiencies. I would give some more proficiencies, meaning proficiencies with more natural weapons. Natural weapons meaning sling, bows, everything that does not have a lot of metal. What others? Wait a second. I can't remember. Do they get proficiency with simple weapons? Does everyone get proficiency with simple weapons? No, right? You need to get from somewhere proficiency with simple weapons. It's not automatic, if I remember right. So any wooden, majorly wooden weapon, I would say they would get proficiency with. What else? We need definitely to do something about this terrible channel divinity. Then sixth bonus also could use a little bit of boost, and 17th bonus needs also a lot of boost. The hard part is to stay within the nature theme without making this guy feel like a druid. We could give them more prepared spells. Yeah, wild save is off the table. No wild saves. We could give them more prepared spells that are appropriately themed to nature, but they're more useful as well. So maybe Fairy Fire as well as first level, as you mentioned, Kevin. Okay, let's make some quick notes. More already prepared spells. completely new channel divinity. Okay, let's go with completely new channel divinity. You don't think you need a lot? You sure you don't? They don't need that. They need definitely 17th level feature rework. If we give them new channel divinity, then the acolyte of nature needs something as well. And I would say a little bit, if we change the channel divinity, a little bit of boost on the 6th level as well. Okay, let's start with the spells. Let's find some spells that are appropriate and fitting. Let's go on the spell lists. Is there a... I think they have a spell filter. Where was it? Game rules, maybe? Spells, yes, view all. Okay, let's see. What can we do with filters here? Okay, let's start with clerics. Oh, actually, no, it doesn't have to be cleric spells. It can be anything. Filter spell. Nope. Yep, I didn't set any filters. So advanced filters. Schools. Do elemental / nature spells have specific schools? I would say they don't have necromancy, so we leave that out. I don't think they have illusion as well. So let's put evocation, abjuration, conjuration, divination, enchantment, and transmutation on the filters. Damage type, if I put any damage type, I think it will exclude anything that doesn't do damage, so I'll leave it empty. Subclass coming soon. That's a very nice filter. Source category. Okay, let's filter it to what? Playtest. Okay, core D&D. Okay, core D&D. That's it. Sources. That's what I was thinking. Player's handbook. Tassa. Xanathar. Elemental Evil Companion, Van Richtet's Guide to Evilloft, Fishbones. I don't think the other ones that I won't have spells. I don't want specific lore source books. Okay, let's see what we get with these filters. Oh, we should put levels. Let's go level by level. Spell level 1. See, absorb elements could be 1. And fairy fire. They get animal friendship and speak with animal. So we will not be replacing, we will be adding. So they get more prepared spells. I lost my page. Okay, there we are. Let's see, Beast Bond. Beast Bond might be good as well. You establish a telepathic link with one beast you touch that is friendly to you or charmed by you. The spell fails if the beast intelligence is 4 or higher. Until the link is active, you can while you and the beast are within line of sight of each other. Through the link, the beast can understand your telepathic messages and can telepathically communicate simple emotions and concepts back to you. Advantage on any attack rolls against any creature within 5 feet of you that you can see. Okay. Not extremely useful, but very thematic. Create and destroy water, thematic, but again, not very useful. So we'll give them absorb elements. And why is Fairy Fire not here? Oh wait, that's just one page. Never mind. I should be taking more. Earth Tremor could be one as well, and Snaring Snake, but Paladin nature, the nature type of Paladin has that as well. Entangle, maybe. Fairy Fire. Good Berry, although I don't really like that spell. Hail of Thorns is thematic, but I'll leave it to the Ranger. Long Strider could be as well. Snare, maybe. Thunderwave. Okay, so from all those that I've said, the ones that clicked the most is Fairy Fire. Sorry, no, Thunderwave and was it Fairy Fire? I think Absorb Elements is more themed than Fairy Fire. Thunderwave and Absorb Elements have some overlap. What do you mean? What do you mean with overlap? Absorb Elements is what they do with their 6th level feature. That is true. That is true. Okay. What about the Thunder Wave? What does the Thunder Wave overlap with? Oh, I see. Okay. In that case, let me think. The overlap with the dampen elements might be good because we can put absorb elements as the already prepared spell and then tweak the dampen elements to boost the absorb elements usage instead of providing a separate instant of the same usage. Yeah, how similar are they? Acid, cold, fire, lightning, thunder. Okay, that doesn't have a specified. Doesn't have specific types. I thought it had specific types. This level 6 feature doesn't use a spell slot, so that's a big part. I mean, that's okay. I mean, so what I'm thinking is dampen elements, we change it like this. At the bottom of the spell description. Oh, which when you take acid, cold, fire, lightning, and thunder. I see. Thanks. Acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder. So exactly the same types. So I'm thinking to change the dampened elements as this. Starting at 6th level, when you use your absorb element feature spell, you do not expend the spell slot. And you can target creatures other than yourself within 30 feet. How does that sound? So it gives you what it does as it is now. It does not lose anything of what it gives now. Plus, it gives the extra damage that the absorb elements would give. And you have access to absorb elements on the prior levels by casting it with a spell slot as normal. And I would even add a little bit of a boost here, since you cannot, you will be always forced to use it as a first level spell there, which is usually the case. You want it for the resistances more than the extra damage. But I would say the target takes an extra damage equals to 1d6 plus your cleric levels. So it does scale a little bit as you go up. Okay, so that will be the 6th level boost. So one of the spells will be absorb elements, and the other, the thunder wave you said, is on the Tempest Cleric. So let's find another one that is good. What about Ensnaring Strike? Or Entangle? Both seem very fitting. Is the Nature Cleric going to be using weapons often? Or will be relying on spells mostly? That's the question. It does have Divine Strike, so it does get a boost with weapon attacks. And it does get proficiency with heavy armor, so will most likely be in the front line. So I would say they have a pretty good chance of using weapons. I'll go with the Ensnaring Strike. So Ensnaring Strike and Absorb Elements. Okay, let's start typing first level. Third level, and then 5th, 7th, 9th. Okay, now we want second level spells with the same criteria. We have Animal Messenger. We have Beast Sense. Dragon's Breath, maybe. Earthbind. Fine Steed and Fine Traps, maybe. Flame Blade. Healing Spirit. Healing Spirit. No, I want to keep this more to the Druid and the Ranger. I find it very unique spell. Locate animal or plants, although it's going to be pretty useless. Maximilian's Earthen Grasp. I think that's a top choice. Moonbeam, of course. Rhyme's Binding Ice. Spike Growth. Oh, they already get Spike Growth. Never mind. Summon Beast. Okay, from what I've said so far, the ones that clicked the most were Summon Beast, were Flame Blades, Rhyme's Binding Ice, and well, there was one more. Which one was the last one? Oh, and sorry, two more. Maximilian's Earth and Grasp and Earthbind. Which ones sound better? Let me. Gust of Wind. Where was did I? Oh, I passed it. Gust of Wind. Line of Strong. 6 feet wing longer blast from your direction. Each creature that starts in 10 line must succeed the strength saving throw. Gust disperses vibe. Okay. It does fit the theme. I just feel it is weak. Like I've seen it on few players trying to use it. Oh, also wait, it's on Tempest domain. It is an already prepared Tempest domain as well. We can give it to this one. Same like Thunderwave. I'm checking if the others that I mentioned are on any other domain, but it does not seem so. So Maximilian's Earthen Grasp, Earthbind, I'm typing them in chat. Earthbind, Earthen Grasp. What else did I say? I said Summon Beast, right? Summon Beast, and there was one more. There was one more. I keep forgetting them. Which one was the last one? Oh, the rhymes binding ice. Okay. So out of those four, which two seem appropriate and powerful for the Nature Cleric? Well, not powerful, but strong. And Flameblade, I also mentioned Flameblade. Actually, no, never mind. Flameblade is not very nature-like. I think it would be most fitting on a light cleric. So Earthbind, Earth Grasp, Summon Beast, Binding Ice. Transmutation. I'm checking the schools. Maybe one would be more fitting. Transmutation again. Summon Beast is Conjuration, and Rhymes Binding Ice was what was it? That probably Evocation. Yes, Evocation. I'll go with Earthen Grasp and Summon Beast. I don't have a very strong preference between those four, but I'll need to pick two. Then 5th level, they get 3rd level spells. Cold Lightning would be a very good choice, but Tempest Domain has it. Conjure Animals. No, this spell is a nightmare. I don't want to give it to more classes. Spell is a total nightmare. You're laughing, Kevin, but you haven't. I don't think you have DM'd enough with conjure animals. The amount of times that I need to explain to players how it works, how it's not supposed to work, and try to deal with all the shenanigans. Not to mention how it slows down every combat that is used. What is Conjure Barrage? I don't even remember this spell. Throw a non-magical weapon or fire a piece of non-magical weapon in the air to create a cone of identical weapons that should disappear. Each creature on the 6-foot cone will succeed. Okay, I think I had made a homebrew spell that's very similar to this, but not very nature-like. Tidal Wave. Okay, we'll get to Tidal Wave. Let's go through the list as well. Daylight. Light Domain has it, never mind. Elemental Weapon. Forge Domain has it, never mind. Erupting Earth. Oh, no domain has it. Okay, one candidate. Erupting Earth. What about flame arrows? No, not very nature-like. We're using Elemental Evil Place Companion. That's not a problem. Yeah, I like the flame arrows as well, but yeah, it's not as good and it's not very nature-themed. about gaseous form. Too many other classes and subclasses have it. Lightning arrow. Lightning arrow I like more than flame arrows, so we put it in the... I know lightning bolt is on the... Wait, it's not. It's not on the Tempest domain. Oh, lightning bolt is going in. Lightning bolt is definitely going in. What else? Sleet storm. Oh, Tempest domain has it. Never mind. Plant growth, they already have it. Takes so long to go to the next page. Why is D&D Beyond so slow? Stinking cloud. Quite a lot of classes have it. Thunderstep. Oh yeah, baby. Thunderstep. Very good candidate. Tidal wave. Is it the exact same? Sorcerer water. No, druid. Sorcerer wisdom. Conjure a wave of water that crashes down on an area within range. The area can be set. Okay. Okay, we have very good candidates here. And wind wall. Oh wait, wind wall they have already. Never mind. Lightning bolt. Tidal wave. Thunderstep and lightning arrows. 4 choices. Lightning bolt is going in. 3 choices. Tidal wave or thunderstep or lightning arrows. Arrow, sorry, not plural. I guess since we put already one lightning, the others should not be lightning as well, right? Thunderstep is very interesting though. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. No, they don't. They actually don't get many teleporting spells. So difficult choice. Oof. I don't think they will get any other chance to have a teleport spell, so I'm inclined to go with Thunderstep. Even though I would want to mix the water and lightning here with Tidal Wave. Okay, let's leave it as a question mark for now. So lightning bolt and choice between Thunderstep or Tidal Wave, and see what the choices for the next ones are and come back. 5th level spells. Let's bring out the big guns. What does nature have to bombard the enemies with? Or help your allies? Awaken. Awaken could be one good choice. Cone of Cold. No conjure elemental. No, thank you. No more conjuring things. Destructive way? What is that? I can't remember. Divine energy. Oh, divine energy. Oh, Tempest Domain have it. Never mind. Far step. Oh, teleportation spell, but nothing to do with nature. So let's not overreact. I skipped 4. What do you? Oh, wait, sorry. Yeah, I skipped 4. Let's go back at 4th level. Okay. Charm monster, I think, could be a choice. Control water. Tempest Domain has it. Dominate beast, they already have. Elemental Bane. Wait, I skipped that one. What's that? Can't remember. Elemental Bane. Choose one creature you can see with it and choose one of the following damage type. The target must succeed a Constitution saving throw, be affected by spell's duration each time. The first time each turn the target takes damage to the target takes an extra 2d6 of that damage. Moreover, the target loses any resistance to the damage. That can be so good with the lightning bolt. I think that is a solid choice here. Fire shield. Not very nature though. I don't see how fire with nature. Although they do say that some forest naturally catch fire when they reach the peak, when there is like they get too large. But I still cannot see fire very nature-like. Giant insect. You transform up to 10 centipedes, 3 spiders, 5 wasps, or 1 scorpion within range into giant versions of their natural form for the duration. A centipede becomes a giant centipede, the spider becomes a giant spider, everything becomes a giant version of their previous one. Very fitting, but I will check other options first. Grasping Vine, I think they already have, yes. Guardian of Nature. Ooh. A nature spirit answers your call and transforms you into a powerful guardian. Transformation lasts into the spell you choose primal beast or great tree. That's a very appropriate themed spell. Guardian of Nature. Very good choice. No more conjuring things. I think we have overdone it with this. Secret chest, no. Stone shape, but it's pretty bad, I think. And already many classes have it. Giant insect because the devourer yourself. How do you know the devourer is an insect? Stone skin. Oh, so many paladins have stone skin. What the hell? Oh, and War Domain has it already. Storm Sphere. We've done them. We have added so much lightning now. I feel that they are more better than the Tempest Domain in lightning damage. So I'm not gonna add the Storm Sphere too. Vitriolic Sphere. What the hell? Some spells. No, I don't think they need any more water sphere. Wait, that might be good. Sphere of water with 5 feet around. Okay, sphere, hover. Okay, water sphere, I think, is a good choice as well. Let's go over our possible choices again. Water sphere is 1. Guardian of nature. And elemental bane, what was called was the third. Elemental bane. Do you have another one? I control water. Oh, Tempest Domain has it, never mind. Yep, 3 choices. Elemental bane, water sphere, and oh my god, I forgot the second one already. And Guardian of Nature. Okay, so Guardian of Nature I think is the most fitting here. And which one do you think from that? Water sphere or Elemental bane? I like the idea, but it isn't a great spell. Which one are you talking about? The Guardian of Nature? Obviously, it doesn't have to be the best spell of the list, but okay, let's see why do you find it so not good? The Primal Beast increases your speed, gives you dark vision of 120 feet, strength-based attack rolls with advantage, which mean all your weapon attacks, because you're most likely not shooting with a bow, although you could be, but if you are shooting with a bow, you won't be using the Primal Beast. Your melee weapon attacks will deal 1d6 force damage on hit, an extra. And then the 3-1, 10 temporary hit points, constitution saving throws with advantage, dexterity and wisdom based attack rolls with advantage. Oh, so if you're using a bow, you can just be a 3. And while you are on the ground, in case you were flying, the ground within 15 feet of you is difficult terrain for your enemies. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. You can be a tree and just spellcast while making it hard for the enemies to move around you. And or you can be a primal beast and just whack people to death. That is a question that I cannot answer. Oh wait, it's not saves. Sorry, it's not saves. It's attack rolls. Dexterity attack rolls with advantage. And wisdom attack rolls with advantage. How dexterity attack rolls are with advantage, again, I cannot answer. But I think it's better than the dex saves. I'd prefer it. I have more hard time explaining the dex saves than the dex attack rolls. Maybe the branches, because you have like many branches as a tree, you can be more accurate where you're hitting. Maybe. So from the other two, water sphere and elemental bane, I kind of want to give you elemental bane to open up possibilities for combos. Water sphere also feels very appropriate. Elemental Bane. They have almost the same classes that these two spells are given to. The only difference is Artificer. I will give Elemental Bane because it seems like more support creature. Sorry, spell. And now on the big guns, 5th level spells. Wrath of Nature. We'll go to that in a minute. Okay, it's mean Awaken is a good choice. Cone of Cold is a good choice. Control Winds is a good choice. Wait, do they have it? No, they don't. Insect Plague or Tempest Domain. Tempest Domain has it, and Nature Domain. Wait, what? Why did they give the same spell on 2 domains by default? They're doing such a poor job there, differentiating. And on 4 circles of the druids. What the hell? Oh my! Wait a second. Oh yes, it's always prepared for those druids, but then you have the normal druid and the normal cleric also get access to it. Okay, whatever. Wizards of the Coast. Nothing else strikes as nature here. Oh, Maelstrom, you said. But maybe Maelstrom, let me check. A swirling mass of 5-foot deep water appears in the 30-foot radius. The point must be on the ground or in a body of water. Until the spell ends, the area is difficult terrain. Any creature that starts its turn must succeed its strength or take 66 bludgeoning damage and be pulled 10 feet towards the center. Not bad. Okay, Maelstrom in the choices as well. Three stride they get already. A Wrath of Nature and Wall of Stone. No other domain gets Wall of Stone. And Wrath of Nature. You call out to the spirits of nature to rouse them against your enemies. Point, you can see the spirit calls trees, rocks, and grasses become animated until the spell ends. Yeah, that does look very fitting at the end of its text. The only thing that I don't like is that the flavor text talks about the spirits of nature, while I would expect the nature cleric to call upon their deity of nature against them. But we can change that, I guess. Okay, Wrath of Nature, Maelstrom. What else did we see? Wall of Stone as well. Awaken, Cone of Cold. Yes, we just looked at Wrath of Nature. I was talking about the Wrath of Nature before I was mentioning the spell choices. So, Wrath of Nature, Wall of Stone, Cone of Cold, Awaken, Maelstrom. The 5 possible choices. I don't think we have given them any cold damage, so maybe Wrath of Nature and Cone of Cold. Yeah, I don't want to give both Maelstrom and Wrath of Nature. These seem both wide area effects. So looking back, now we can delete Tidal Wave and keep Thunderstep since we have already Ice Water related spell later on. So they have one teleportation as well. Okay, these are the extra spells. Let's go on with the Channel Divinity rework. Reworking it completely might be hard because you'll have to base the power based on some other channel divinity. But then again, the current one is so bad that can't really stay the same. I could put an effect that says whenever you use your channel divinity, you get something extra back, or something like a spell slot or something. I feel that the whole beasts and plants is so rarely coming into play that it doesn't really matter, even if you talk to them for a channel divinity skill. Mm. Okay, I have an idea. What if we reverse the idea? As an action, you present your holy symbol to invoke the name of the deity. Each non-beast and non-plant or non-plant creature that can see you within 30 feet must make a wisdom saving throw. If the creature fails it, it is frightened by you for 1 minute or until not takes damage. Something. Or we can just remove the or until for 1 minute. Like, no way to remove it. Might be a little bit strong. But if we use it like that, it will affect your friends too. frightening doesn't feel like a nature cleric to me. But they're invoking like some kind of wrath of nature, not the spell, but some kind of like of nature dread feeling, I'd say. War Domain Cleric. True. Okay, then what if we make it some kind of vine effect? So each non-beast or non-plant creature that you can see within 30 feet of you must make a dexterity or strength saving throw. If the creature fails the saving throw, it is restrained instead for 1 minute. Light version of the Wrath of Nature. Let's, I mean, what I'm describing now, I think is kind of similar, but let's check again the Wrath of Nature. D6 slashing damage, roots and vines. Yeah, I'm kind of making the roots and vines effect here. So each creature within the area must succeed in a strength saving throw or become restrained until the spell ends, and the restrained creature can use its action to make a strength athletics check against your spell save DC, ending the effect on a success. So we can add that, not at the end of each of your turn though, when it happens, and not one creature, but all creatures. Okay, let's copy this from here so we have the wording done. Oh my god, it pasted with the formatting. That's terrible. Delete formatting. Okay. Then copy. As an action, you present blah blah blah. As an action, must succeed on a strength saving throw or become restrained until the spell, not until the spell ends, for 1 minute. What if you're inside the building though? Does it work inside the building? Or any space that does not have any nature in it? Because the wrath of nature assumes that these things are there. Yeah, I think there needs to be a restriction here for the setting. it's non-beast. Let's put the or non-plant. Let's increase the range from 30 feet to 45. Also, I would want to give it a nature-themed bonus, meaning beasts or plant creatures would have some bonus damage against the restrained creatures in case you or your allies have some kind of beasts or plants allies with you. Maybe static damage. Yeah, how about, I'd say plus 4. So it can be used only on a natural environment. Or become restrained. Let's put some flavor. Does Thornwhip work in natural environments? Thornwhip does not. Thornwhip has nothing to do with this, though. Thornwhip is produced from your hand. It's a whip that lashes out magically from your hand, and then you pull the target. It doesn't have to do with the environment. But how Wrath of Nature does need that. You call out the spirits of nature to rouse them against your enemy. Choose a point you can see within range. The spirits cause trees, rocks, and grasses in a 60-foot cube center on that point to become animated until the spell ends. So if there are no trees, not rocks, and no grass inside that 6-foot cube, nothing becomes animated. So if you're in a stone or wooden, wooden might come make vines or roots. But if you're in a stone room, Wrath of Nature doesn't do anything. Or maybe the rocks. So changing that to a metal room. Channel Divinity, why would it work anywhere? What makes you think so? You invoke the power of your deity to imbue nature around you to do other things than it's supposed to. So that's what we're doing here. If there is no nature around you, then it wouldn't do anything. The deity would conjure a vine if needed. Okay, maybe that has a point, but okay, think of it like this. The whole place, whole fight is taking point in a room that has lava below, and you're above the lava on a metallic surface. The metallic surface has like holes. It's like a net, a metallic net, and below there is lava flowing. And you use your channel divinity. Okay, the roots spawn magically, but then they're not attached to anything. So how do they make you restrained there? Because otherwise they're coming from the ground, they're extension of roots that are below the ground as well, so you're firmly placed and restrained by the roots and the vines. And you get your channel divinity at level 2. At level 2, I'm not sure if the deity would bother summoning things for you as a level 2 cleric. I don't think you have that kind of bond yet. Plus, we already made it very powerful, right? It is without any restriction. If we don't put any restriction, that is very, very powerful channel divinity. 45 radius around you that if you sit at the middle of a battlefield, that will cover most likely everything. Every creature that is non-beast or plant will be affected. It lasts for 1 minute. Restrain is a very powerful debuff. Okay, we have to put each non-beast or plant creature of your choice, so you don't start to restrain your allies as well. And you get this back on a short rest. Restraining, mass restraining everyone, every short rest, anywhere, is pretty OP. I think it rivals Twilight. It's definitely stronger than the Life Cleric. Like, mass healing people up to their half HP if they're injured is good, but restraining everything within 45 feet radius once per short rest is pretty good. Very strong. Restrain is not a light condition. Disadvantage on everything and advantage on all the attacks against them. They get a save, yeah, but they might not get a turn. Oh, so wait, sorry, they do get the save, the first save on when it happens. If they're like a strong creature, they do have a decent chance. But anything humanoid, so if they're a strong creature, they're most likely beast, and this one does not affect beasts. So anything that it affects, humanoids might not have a very high strength. Yeah, I'll see how it goes with the restriction of in artificial environment. Actually, not. I should reward it same as the cold lightning. Indoors, it has no effect indoors. Non-beast spiders, yeah, they would get affected. So this filtering of non-beast and plant comes from the idea that your goddess or god of nature would not use or allow you to use your powers against creatures that they have created, that they're of their own making, meaning beasts and plants. But any other type, it is okay to harm. Indoors is not good enough description. In non-natural. Non-natural environment. What classifies as non-natural environment? Okay. Has no effect if the ground is artificial. I think that's the best I can describe it. So in non-artificial grounds, there is a chance for root and vines to grow. Of your choice that can see you within 45 feet. And up to 10 feet in the air. So we give the roots a chance to grow 10 feet high up and catch some floating enemies as well, not only on the ground. Okay, let's make it 15. 10 is a little bit small. View must succeed on a strength saving throw, become restrained by rapidly growing roots and vines for 1 minute. A restrained creature can use its action to make. Okay. Okay. I think now this is pretty good. Not just good, this is pretty good. And the last part, whenever, oh wait, not whenever, how is it worded? The dampen elements. Okay, dampen elements. You can use absorb elements without, at level 1, sorry, without expending spell slot. When using it that way, this way, I mean, other creature, a creature other than you can target within 30 feet. The, what is it called? The damage afterwards. Absorb elements. The melee attack damage increases by 1d6 plus your cleric level. The melee attack damage increases by 1d6 plus. without expending a spell slot. When you use it this way, you can, okay. We're not missing anything, right? Yes. Wait, do they get or do you get the bonus attacks? Good question. Hmm. You think they'd get it? My first thought is that you get it because you absorb the elements. Why would they absorb the elements? If damage was absorbed on them, how do you envision that? I'm confused. Like thematically or... like an energy field around them that damages the damage but stays around them until they strike. I'm more of imagining like the moment the, like, let's say a spell is about to hit them, you use your reaction to like absorb the energy of the spell that is going toward them into you and fuse your weapon with it. Like, obviously, you're trying to absorb all of it, but since it's a reaction, you don't manage to do like the full thing, so you're only resisting the damage instead of making it immune. And then your weapon becomes like Thor's hammer. Yes, I think it's a little bit better if you get it, because otherwise it might start to feel bad, like you're saving everyone else, but you don't get anything for yourself while you're spending your reactions like that. But if we split it, then not only you save your ally from some damage, and then cleric life. Yeah, yeah. Well, let's go a little bit away from the cleric life, right? So you get something back for your good deeds, and your weapon is ready to. Also, it guarantees like you're having some weapons as a cleric. You have some. You'll have some proficiencies. I forgot to add them. You would be hitting with melee weapons. You have divine strike coming in some levels as well. So it is. It might not be a guaranteed boost, but it is a most likely boost. But if you're saving your wizard with a spell like that, and they get the damage, they most likely won't be hitting back with a melee attack, so the boost will go to waste. Only if you're saving martial classes with melee weapons, they would benefit of the boost. It's only melee, by the way, it's not ranged attacks, so even if you say a ranger with a longbow or some other ranged class, they still don't get any benefit if they get the benefit. Okay. It has, it's not finished yet. So it's not completely finished, but I will have to finish it at a later point, as we have already passed the streaming time by 1 hour almost. It has taken longer. I will add some proficiencies to it. I don't have to add much, actually. So few proficiencies with weapons, natural weapons, in quotes. And the one that I will need to think a little bit about is the 17th. Or, you know, can we do it on next? No, not next week. Actually, I'm gonna do it tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow I will do like a small stream again to finish this this item, and then we'll wrap it up, just to finalize the Nature Cleric tomorrow around same time, maybe an hour later, just to wrap things up and have it have everything on the live stream records. And next week we'll pick 2 new classes, most likely warlock, I'd say, or a sorcerer. Sorcerer comes to mind, I think, first. What other class? Ranger we've done, fighter we've done, cleric and rogue we've done, barbarian we did. Wizard I don't want to do. Sorcerer and druid, maybe. Druid doesn't have also such big of a problem on subclass. Yeah, maybe I'll decide that after we finish this item as well. So tomorrow around same time. But I'm pretty happy with the Nature Domain power now. It might be stronger than some other domains. It's still not stronger than Twilight Domain, but it might be stronger than Life Domain now. I will need to see it in play to have more data, but definitely the spell selection now is way better. Also, it's more spells, it's twice the spells. But yeah, only with the spells, it has gained significant boost in power level. Channel Divinity as well, and overall, quite a lot of combat power now. Druid's probably the circle of the moon exists. Yeah, kinda, yeah. It's almost the same with the Barbarian, but the Berserker was like exceptionally bad. All the others are like okay, but if the Totem Warrior exists, they all look bad. So yeah, Druid is on a similar state, I agree. It's the Moon Druid that is messing everything. On the Druid, you mean the Circle of Stars? Most likely. Yeah, I'm still not sold that anything comes close to the Moon Druid. I think that they're just okay options, but I don't think they come close to the Moon Druid. So I haven't seen nearly enough though Circle of the Land druids, so maybe that one could be a target, but I'm not sure if I'm going to go with a druid. Sorcerer would be one. The other class still undecided. I'll decide by the end of the stream tomorrow. Okay, that would be all for today, leaving this one unfinished, but with a little bit more work tomorrow. The Nature Domain Cleric will be also done. And then the 2 live streams will be combined and uploaded on YouTube as well, like the previous ones. And we'll be moving on with more classes. Thank you for joining and staying with me here. And see you tomorrow or next Sunday. Have a good night or afternoon or evening or morning, wherever you are. Bye-bye. We're continuing from yesterday. Oh, let me check if everything is set up first. Okay, we have Foundry on, sound is on. Okay, all good. So, hello everyone. Again, we're continuing wrapping up things from yesterday's stream, finishing up the Nature Cleric. And the item was pretty much made yesterday. Today we're just adding up the last feature, the 17th level feature, the Master of Nature, which doesn't need a lot. I feel it just needs some of its numbers or expanding a little bit on its core feature, which we changed because it is based on the first channel divinity, but we can keep the default channel divinity for this feature and expand on it. Also, after finishing the stream yesterday and having some thoughts about the item, I wanted to reduce a little bit the domain spells because it already had 10 and we gave 10 extra, so that's a little bit too much compared to all the other subclasses. Yeah, its previous spells sucked, but it doesn't need to have all of them, all the new ones and the old ones at the same time. So instead of having 20, I took it down to 15, and I give the players the choice to choose which of the 2 default ones they remove in order to get the 2 new ones. In order to keep the original feeling of the default subclass, but expand it and make it more useful. So if they liked some of the roleplay heavy spells like Speak with Animals, they can keep that spell and throw away the other. I don't think I changed anything else. I just put some names on the item, on the abilities, and phrased it more clearly. I think it looks good now. Also, I'm checking it. Was there any other change? No, I gave it a name, the channel divinity. Dampen elements, I made a small change. The melee attack damage increases by an amount equal to your cleric level instead of the 1d6. So it is completely scalable and not random. It starts by being 1 at level 1, obviously. But you don't have the channel divinity at level 1. So it starts by being 2 and expands up to 20. Having 20 extra damage on your attack, it is a considerable amount even for level 20s. That applies on melee attack still and applies on the cleric, not on the target that gets the spell effect. Now, on the Master of Nature, the original effect is that it gets the ability to command as a bonus action on your turn all the beasts and plants that were charmed by your previous channel divinity. But we replaced that channel divinity with a new one, so that as it is now doesn't do anything. What I'm thinking is that the 17th level feature can allow you to cast the default channel divinity a little bit modified to be a little bit more useful. So instead of just adding the bonus action, the Master of Nature 17th level feature would allow you to charm every plant and beast within, I would say, 60 feet, not 30 feet. 30 feet is a little bit, that can see or hear you. Or maybe see you, not hear you only. That can see you within 60 feet of you, with a wisdom saving throw. And if they fail their saving throw, they are charmed. And they're also under the effect of the spell suggestion. So suggestion has the same saving throw, wisdom. So it is a charm and suggestion at the same time. The suggestion has to be the same for all of them. And suggestion lasts up to 8 hours. So instead of being one action on your next turn, what they do, you suggest the general course of action that they take for the next 8 hours. Of course, the usual limitations of suggestion still take place, like you cannot suggest them to do something directly harmful. And when the suggestion ends, they also, if they have like some decent amount of intelligence, they realize that they have been under that spell. But that allows the feature to have way more impact instead of being only combat focused, because you can use it outside of combat and have these creatures over the next 8 hours do something that is not necessarily fighting. Maybe they help the village recover from a disaster. Maybe they carry a lot of things for you. They become like mules, and the whole forest is helping you move coins outside of a dragon horde, something like that. And it gives the combat possibility as well. Yeah, like you could command them to aid me or stop my enemies or something like that, some more aggressive commands. As long as they do sound reasonable, again, it is still the spell suggestion. And it is combined with the charm effect, so they're friendly to you, which makes it more, which makes it stronger, because a friendly creature will see more things as reasonable with suggestion than a non-friendly one will see. So what we want to do with that feature is copy the effect of the original channeled ability. Actually, action, yeah, it should be an action, okay. Charmed not only for 1 minute though, it should be for more. I would say 1 hour. Actually, 1 hour might be a lot of time, because then you would have. On the other side, if suggestion lasts 8 hours, does the charm effect really matter? Not that much. Okay. Let's copy that part. Does it actually link to things? I guess it does. As an action, you present your holy symbol, invoke the name of your deity. Each beast and plant that can see you within 60 feet, not 30, must make a wisdom saving throw for 1 hour or until it takes damage by you or allies. while it is charmed by you, actually not while, when it gets charmed by you in this way, it is also considered to be under the spell suggestion if it was cast by you. Oh, that means that suggestion will last 1 hour though. It is also considered to be under the spell. Oh, actually no, it says when, not while. Okay, we're avoiding this problem. Does it imply a saving throw here or not? No, I don't think it does. Okay. Do we need to add anything extra for that? As an action, okay. Been affected by those effects, or yeah, by those effects. Has been under those effects. Okay. I think that covers all the questions about it. Action economy is set. Durations are set. Creature types, saving throws. Okay, so that is the final version of the item, which I named as Sigil of Ardor, the holy symbol. Yeah, everything else I think is set. Maybe we can put the saving throw as an action here to be visible. Wisdom, most likely, yes, it's a cleric item. It does so. It will show the amount when a player equips it. Does it have any other action? Oh yes, it does. Actually, it has an action and a reaction. So, no, the reaction is actually from the spell, not from the trinket. So, we'll put one action as cost here. Target creature feet 60. Duration. Let's put the 1 hour, that the original charm effect Oh, now we have the, how many times can they use it? Okay, how many times can a cleric use channel divinity? 17th level. Two times per level is still at 17th. And, oh wait, two per rest. So not per short rest. But they can use the other channel divinity too per short rest, so we cannot give two uses on this one as well. So I would say they can use once per day. Yeah, because on a short rest, you will be making armies and armies and armies of animals that obey your suggestion for 8 hours. I mean, you can still make a small army every day, but now it is more reasonable rather than going on different spots of the forest, taking short rest and then gathering more and more animals. Okay, with that, let me see if it is visible on screen. Okay, it should be. With that, the item is set. Now, for next week, for next Sunday, I was thinking of a sorcerer or sorcerer. I still can't remember which version is the correct. And I still didn't pick the other class. So, oh, we haven't done Bard still. We've done Fighter, we've done Monk. I haven't done Paladin. Actually, we should do Paladin. Paladin and Bard. We can leave Sorcerer for later because it does have two subclasses that, in my mind, they tie for unpopularity, which is the PHB ones, Draconic and Wild Magic. I do think the Wild Magic, though, will win in terms of unpopularity. But I can create another poll on Reddit for the Bard and the Paladin. Let's see. Although Paladin, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the Nature, the Oath of Ancients. On the Bards, I would say maybe Swords or Whispers for winning the unpopularity. But I'm not really sure with the Bard. With the Paladin, I'm more confident it's going to be the Ancients. Okay, that live stream, this live stream will be very short. It's ending pretty much now, just to have everything of the creation part recorded on a live stream, and it will be uploaded later on YouTube as well, the two live streams combined. And next week we'll be doing Bard and Paladin. Have a good night, evening, afternoon, and see you on Sunday.